back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrance Bates. Home title theft and deed fraud are a growing epidemic here in the country. Properties are being stolen and used for their equity. Making matters worse and more scary is the fact that even if a county recorder knows a document is fake, the county is legally required to record it. With public records readily available on the internet, you're probably more at risk of fraud than you even know. Cybersecurity expert and former FBI agent James Finch joins me this morning to introduce us to home title lock, which could turn out to be just as valuable as the alarm system that you have on your home. James, good to see you.
Good to see you, Terrance. Thanks for having me.
So let's talk about home title lock. This is really a proactive way to protect your home.
Most definitely is, because the bad guys have easy access to your home's title. And unfortunately, people can't check their home's title every single day. They can't log into the county recorder's office and determine whether their home's title is still in their name. But home title lock can.
I liken home title lock to an alarm system. As you heard kind of in the intro, it warned you of an intrusion. But is there anything that someone can do to mitigate the intrusion itself?
Very much so. Title lock has what's known as their triple lock protection. And the first lock of that triple lock protection, Terrance, is 24/7 monitoring of your home's title. And I'm a digital guy. And so I liken their home monitoring of your title, I liken that to a digital perimeter around your home's title. And 24/7, your title is monitored. And the second lock of that $1 million triple lock protection that home title lock has is the alert system. If there's any change made to your home's title, and I mean the smallest change, you are alerted. This is what we call our urgent alerts. And if you didn't authorize that change, you contact home title lock. And then the third lock of their $1 million triple lock protection kicks in. And that's when their U.S.-based title restoration experts spring into action. And they will spend up to $1 million to restore your good name back to your home's title.
So what you've described are protections, but if I can ask you a more theoretical question, it seems to me, having done some research on this issue, that we're getting to a point where some legislation probably needs to be initiated in order to help protect people, because these public records are at risk on a daily and, quite honestly, every minute.
I have to agree with you, Terrance. Unfortunately, that legislation has not occurred. There are some counties that are being proactive, and they are reaching out to people if there is a change made to their home's title, but that's as far as they go. They may notify you, but then you're left to your own devices to figure out how to address the problem, as opposed to having a title restoration team at your disposal to walk you through it and get it handled for you.
So what I'm hearing at this point, home title lock is one of the only, or if not one of the few, ways to protect yourself from having your home quite literally stolen out from underneath you and then having to try to recoup whatever losses you can.
Well, Terrance, to the best of my knowledge, they are the very best at monitoring your home's title, letting you know if someone makes any change to it, and then spending up to $1 million to make sure your good name is restored back to your home's title. And that is something that I am not aware anyone else is doing.
HometitleLock.com/Kirk. You can get more information there. Such frightening stuff. You wouldn't even realize it unless you've got some of these resources in place to help protect you. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for the information. Good stuff there.
Thank you for having me, Terrance. I greatly appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Again, folks, the information is there on your screen. Go to HometitleLock.com/Kirk for more information.
Live from the heart of America, I'm Steve Guru. So glad to see you here today. And what a day it is, the day after Donald Trump's big reunion speech, if you will. His speech to the joint session of Congress, not a State of the Union technically because it's his first time back in the office, even though it's his second term. Just like a State of the Union address. And what a powerful many moments it was. I'd like to run through it with you. Thank you for being here. Remember, only you can save America as we fight for you from the foxhole of freedom. Three big things to hear this hour. Number one, did you see the Democrat puppet script on Tuesday? How embarrassing. At least 23 senators heading into the speech last night, reading the exact same script, trying to talk about how President Trump was ruining the country and the economy and so forth. It was truly pathetic. Number two, Ukraine's president, Zelensky, decided he would get right with President Trump and come back with his hat in his hand and admit the war in his country cannot end unless he is right with America. That's right. And number three, President Trump's first speech to a joint session of Congress in his second term, and the eyes of the world were on him. And the Democrats came with one thing in mind: disagree no matter what is said. And it got to the point that it's absolutely pathetic and embarrassing. We'll get to that. But you have to disagree. You cannot applaud, no matter how foolish or self-centered you may look. That's where this begins. And it began with Congressman Al Green of Texas standing up, disrupting the speech over and over again until he was tossed out of the speech. Here it is.
Won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
And that went on until the sergeant at arms finally had to take Green out of the speech. He stood in the hall and talked about how he's working through his items to impeach Donald Trump. Yes, okay, good for you, Mr. Green. Nobody cares about that. Yeah, he's working on articles of impeachment against Donald Trump. Okay, beautiful. Democrats conducted themselves in a way, by the way, that I've never seen before. When Donald Trump walked in, ladies and gentlemen, members of Congress, whatever he says, the President of the United States, everybody stands and cheers. The Democrats didn't. Not one Democrat shook his hand. Not one. This is a slap across your face if you voted for Donald Trump. It is a clear indication they don't care what you think. They don't care what you have to say. They don't care what you do or about your children or about your family or about your future. They don't care. Never in my life have I seen not one person of the opposite party shake hands with the commander-in-chief. They all shook hands with Joe Biden. They all shook hands with Barack Obama. Not Donald Trump. No, they won't shake hands with him. And they, well, I hope they're proud of themselves. It's truly embarrassing. Here's a bit more.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
That's Al Green again before he was taken out of the speech and removed to discuss his articles of impeachment that nobody cares about, frankly. And this kind of behavior by the Democrats does not endear them with the American people. They're not doing anything to help the American people by acting like jackasses. And then Trump pointed out there's nothing he can do. It doesn't matter. There's not a thing he can do. They're not going to shake his hand. They're not going to work with him. No matter how right he is, it doesn't matter. Listen to the president.
Who would want to do that? This is my fifth such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
5 times. Soon to be 6, 7, and 8, but 5 times he has stood there to deliver a speech just like that one. The Democrats refusing completely to stand or recognize him or any of his accomplishments. Once he got rolling, though, there was no stopping him. He was on message. He had a message to deliver. Here's part of it. Listen.
Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about it? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it.
Pretty good list, wouldn't you say? All right, so I did a poll yesterday on X. What you wanted to hear. Hundreds of you weighed in on this. Well over 1,000 votes on this. Strengthening the economy came in easily. First place, 46% said strengthening the economy was number 1. And you heard a lot about that. We're going to talk about that after the break here as well. Build the American dream was second. Securing the border was third. And peace in Ukraine came in last among those that I asked out of the 4 options available. Peace in Ukraine, not at the top of the list. But I will tell you, Donald Trump talked about not needing that deal with Ukraine and instead using rare earth elements from right here in America, which means good news for Michigan, good news for Minnesota, good news for Wyoming, places where rare earth elements are found right here in these United States, plus copper and nickel, mining operations in the western UP of Michigan, nickel also found in Wisconsin and Minnesota. We'll talk about all that coming up here on the Steve Gruber Show. Welcome to it. 1775 Coffee powering us through. I mean, honestly, how embarrassing was it? The Democrats wouldn't stand up and cheer for a 13-year-old cancer survivor. They wouldn't stand and cheer for the 95-year-old mother of Mark Fogel. He's the guy that was released from a Russian prison here a week or two ago. Wouldn't stand up for a 13-year-old cancer survivor or the 95-year-old mother of a man released from a Russian prison. Democrats wouldn't cheer for any of that. Wouldn't even stand to applaud the First Lady of the United States. Their hate for Donald Trump is so visceral, so overwhelming, so all-consuming, they can't even stand and applaud great Americans. We're going to have that for you, that 13-year-old boy, DJ, given a ceremonial Secret Service appointment. He's got his badge, he's got his ID. Yeah, it's all true. Talking about the economy and how we get things back, of course, one of the things the Democrats hate, they hate DOGE. They hate the idea that government spending is actually going to be trimmed. They hate the idea that they're going to pull back wasteful spending and try to save the republic by not bankrupting it. So Donald Trump gave, several examples of the crazy spending. You've probably heard some of it before, but here we go.
$40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million.
I mean, you just hear this and you're like, really? We spent $60 million to empower who? Lesotho? I think that's a self-contained republic in South Africa. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I'm not positive, though, but that's where I would look on a map. How about you? Would you have known where to look? Trump also mocked the Democrats for failing to stop him, even though they used a weaponized government. Boy, this might have been one of the better zingers of the night that he kind of slipped in there. Here it is.
And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
How'd that work out for you? Oh, yeah, I'm here again. Anyhow, yeah. Can we get me? It was pretty fun, actually. You know, Donald Trump never shy for a fight. But the focus, and good thing, based on my polling here, it's what people wanted to hear. The focus was the economy over and over again, as it should have been. That's what people are most concerned about. Inflation, how to make ends meet, what's going to happen with the job market, so on and so forth. Here's more.
By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
Balancing the budget, Democrats certainly don't support that. Balancing the budget would be, that'd be too commonsensical. You can't have a balanced budget and still give away all this money to buy votes and keep power, even though you've bankrupted the country, destroyed the future. Right. And how about tax cuts? Democrats don't support tax cuts for working people either, apparently. Here's more.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax.
No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. And then bureaucrats, they were given notice that their days in power, well, they're coming to an end. Final note, here it is.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
And there you go. Big parts of it. Now, when we come back, I want to share with you this young boy, DJ, 13 years old, survives cancer. It's kind of a special moment. He gets a Secret Service badge. Very special moment. And it's just remarkable to me. The Democrats are so filled with anger and hate. They couldn't even stand and applaud a 13-year-old boy and his father who survived cancer. Really, quite shocking. That story after the break here. Welcome to it. It's the Steve Guru Show. Glad to have you along for the conversation. Look, I'm looking for 25 followers today on X and Facebook. Is it you? Are you the one that hasn't joined yet? All right, cue that up, would you? I mean, I thought this was just a beautiful moment. A cancer survivor and his dad in the gallery for this speech, identified and then given a shout out by Donald Trump, and then a little bit more. I thought this was a special moment. Here it is.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
What an amazing moment. Giving the kid his badge and his ID, and he holds it up for the crowd there. What a beautiful moment. Just remarkable. And the Democrats, did they cheer for that? No, of course not. Did you know that American homeowners nationwide have over $32 trillion in equity? Cyber criminals, look, they're targeting it. They don't care about your doorbell cameras. They don't care about your house alarms. They're not coming that way. They're coming after the equity in your home, what your money is worth. It's called being scammed. It's called being robbed. The FBI calls it home theft, home stealing. The scariest part, you don't even know that it's happened. You know, they're taking liens against your house, sell it on the open market, and you don't know it until you open your mailbox one day and you go, well, this must be a mistake. This can't be right. Dunning letters, collection notice. Well, the best way to protect yourself is with triple lock protection from our friends at Home Title Lock. Triple lock protection is 24/7 monitoring, alerts of any changes, and God forbid if the worst happens, restoration services at no out-of-pocket cost to you. You can check on your home's title today and make sure you're not already a victim. Get a free title history report and a 30-day free triple lock protection trial. Go to HomeTitleLock.com. Use the promo code Gruber. Always promo code Gruber, right? That's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Gruber, and you can be protected, have peace of mind. All right. Still to come today, we've got Emily Lampkin. We're going to talk about prescription drug prices and how we keep the American economy moving forward after Donald Trump's speech. I'll be right back. Affordability is one of the words we keep hearing here in America. Affordability. People struggling to have enough money to make ends meet. The price of everything soared under Joe Biden, and they pumped so many billions of dollars in the last few weeks of his presidency, failed presidency, that inflation is also a problem right now. It will take a while to reel it in. One of the concerns people talk about, the price of prescription medication, taking care of yourself, taking care of your family members. Well, can it be addressed without destroying research and development? That's an important question. Emily Lampkin, spokeswoman for Pharmaceutical Reform Alliance, with me now. Emily, nice to have you here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Glad to have you here. Look, the president addressed Congress. Prescription drug prices. It's one of the things driving inflation in America. It's one of the things that drives the family budget into the ground oftentimes, month to month. What can we do about it without, because look, research and development is really important at these big pharmaceutical companies for blood pressure medicine or diabetes or whatever you might be dealing with. How do we make it so it works for everyone so they can continue to find new cures, but still having it so it can be available to the public?
You and I are kindred spirits. I agree on all those fronts. The president made a commitment to making America affordable again and making America healthy again. I always call this his 2-for-1, is addressing big pharma and the rising cost of prescription drugs. I too believe in innovation, in a free market, in a capitalist society. The problem is big pharma doesn't agree with the free market practices. They are charging, for example, one of the drugs that American women are concerned about is an inhaler. About 20% of the asthmatics in this country are children. An inhaler that costs a German consumer $9 costs an American consumer more than 30 times that amount. They continue to put America last. What we need to do is support innovation. One of the ways we do that in the country is through our patent system. The problem is that big pharma is cheating the patent system in order to prevent a free market and allowing competitors to come into the market. In many cases, that's generic drugs. That's what needs to be addressed, is the cheating of the fair system for no rhyme and reason, raising prices and preventing there from being any competition in order for them to continue to gouge the American people again and again and again.
What do we do about, this is a little bit off topic, I realize, but this is an important question for me, Emily, because too many of our prescription drugs come in from China and India. Concern to me about, their origins. And so it's not just American companies that are profiting huge. It's Chinese companies and Indian companies. And some of these medications, if those countries said, you know what, we're not sending anymore, we'd really be in a poor position. I think that's a matter of national security here. So it's not just drug prices, it's availability, isn't it?
Availability does come to mind. My expertise is American women. I'm the founder of the Women Leaders Series. I interact with thousands of women across our country every year. This is a topic they continue to bring up with me. I am not a trade expert, but I am a mom expert. And when you talk about availability, one of the concerns they have is ADHD medicine. Many of their children take ADHD medicine. There was a shortage. And it was last year and the year before, moms couldn't even find this medicine. And when they found it, again, these anti-American practices were in place by Big Pharma, where they had jacked up the price 2 or 3 times what its already expensive price was in order to gouge American consumers. And it is just not an American value to create a situation where a third of the women in this country can't even afford their prescription medicine, where women, to your point, are struggling to balance the checkbook in their house, and they're having to make sacrifices. They tell me the stories of, my son asked me if he could play travel soccer. I said no, because I have to cover the costs of his inhaler or his EpiPen. Of middle-class families.
How heartbreaking is that, by the way? How devastating. It's just terrible, I have to tell you. Well, it's either I keep you healthy or you can go on this travel team, which breaks their heart emotionally. So, there's no win there. It's important. Let me ask you about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Of course, he was there last night. If we could avoid, some of these drugs altogether, wouldn't that be better? If we could make America healthy again, wouldn't that be a better prescription long-term than having to take all these drugs in the first place?
Well, I think there's some value in avoiding the 800 drugs that Big Pharma has hiked this year alone. Just since January 1st, they have hiked the price on 800 medicines for no rhyme and reason. Of course, we should make America more healthy. Of course, we should avoid taking the extra risks that we might need to take by providing additional medical care. But what's fundamental here is that what we currently have in the system is un-American, does not support American values, and undermines American families. And thrilled at the opportunity for the American people to provide new leadership in our town. And we have an ideal opportunity to finally address this issue, and the president and Congress to take a leadership role and fix this for the American people. They deserve it. They've asked for it. They deserve it.
What would you like to see as a solution? I mean, that's my question, Emily. How do we, because look, as we talked about, research and development might take hundreds of millions of dollars to find a new medication for high blood pressure for adults, and most men in America 50 or older are taking some sort of high blood pressure medication. Obesity is a problem. Ozempic obviously making them lots of money, but the long-term implications of that have a lot of question marks. What do you do to make sure that research and development is still able to happen? Because these companies are not going to invest $500 million to find a new high blood pressure medication if they can't capitalize on the back end. So what do you do? How do you balance that?
I will answer that two ways, and I get asked this question very often.
I'm sure you do.
We are all in full support of innovation, and what we are doing, Big Pharma has done a great job of suggesting that this cost is about innovation. It is not about innovation. The average price in the average benefit to an S&P company in terms of them making a profit every year is about 37%. For a big pharma company, it's 76%. That's not innovation money. That's money in the pockets of them that they are not using to innovate. Now, the other question you asked is about how we do this and what I would expect to see. The one thing American women tell me time and time again is they get up every morning and they go do their job. They elect the officials that represent them here in town. And their expectation is, I don't care how you get it done, but go do your job. And so my message to elected officials in this town is go do your job. And let's just find a way to make America affordable again and put America first.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you, but I don't know how you keep, there's a balance in there somewhere. And these big pharmaceutical companies have something that a lot of us don't. It's called lobbyists. And so we've got a lot of things to change before we ever get there. But I greatly appreciate you being here, Emily. It is a concern to a lot of people, but you do have to balance research and development and the motivations for these companies with making it available to people like the moms you deal with. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Really appreciate it. All right, we're going to continue talking about your health here this morning. Dr. Drew Pinsky is going to join me right after the break. This whole thing about bird flu, fairly overblown. He's not nearly as concerned as the mainstream media is or those in certain areas are, because he says, well, it's flu for birds. I'm not going to panic. Neither am I. Dr. Drew, straight ahead on the Steve Gruber Show. Welcome back to the program. Glad you're here for the conversation. You may have heard this. News broke recently about a new COVID virus discovered in bats and where else but Wuhan, China, they claim is deadlier than COVID-19. Should you be worried? What should you be planning for? Well, I don't know the answer, but my next guest certainly does. Dr. Drew Pinsky. He is the Chief Patient Officer at the Wellness Company. Dr. Drew, nice to see you again.
Steve, good to be here.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that we are even discussing this disturbs me. You should not know that there has been some bizarre, isolated, rare, found virus that the virologists want to study. This is the nature of science. This is the nature of clinical medicine. It's for us to worry about. It's for the CDC to worry about. The press should not be announcing anything about what's going on in a virology lab right now, unless it is a bioweapon that's being developed that we should be concerned about.
Yeah,
and in
that's
that
fair.
case, we should be talking about the political aspects of this, not the medical, biological aspects.
I mean, if people were aware of everything going on in labs across the world, they'd never sleep at night, is what you're telling me.
And the reason it's so disturbing to me, it goes at the fundamental mistake that ended up in the debacle that was COVID. It's let doctors worry about their patients. Let us do our job. Let the CDC inform us and direct us, not in a totalitarian fashion dictate from on high. That has never been their job. Let us do what medicine does. There are lots of infectious diseases out there you should be worried about. For instance, do you know that we had an indigenous mosquito transmission of dengue fever in Southern California? That's a major issue. That is a big issue. But because the press doesn't understand that, they only just understand bats and COVID and Wuhan, that's the one you hear about. And that, to me, is back to hysteria and back to nonsense.
Well, one of them we have heard about, and a lot of people blaming people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I don't think that's quite fair, but a measles outbreak in the southwestern United States, something that people, I mean, is this something we should be concerned about? The media is going after this one full speed ahead.
Of course they are, of course. So yes, of course, again, HHS and CDC, people are actually reacting to Bobby Kennedy saying it's a significant issue, we're going to pay attention to it. They're going, how dare you look at it? That's his job. He should be watching that carefully. But the fact is, be, again, very cautious about what's being reported. I've looked into what is available about the outbreak, and what is available right now is a whistleblower who has come forward and said, you know, this case that we had in Texas had multiple other medical problems other than measles, number one. And then number two, pediatricians, apparently, I'm not a pediatrician, so I'm not 100% clear this is the practice down there, but I am hearing that because measles is so infectious, when a child shows up with it, they hospitalize it for infection control, not because the kid is so sick, but to limit the spread of the measles.
The exposure to the rest of the community, to the elementary school, or wherever you might go to school.
Exactly.
All right, but nothing's gotten more press lately, Doctor, than the bird flu. I mean, they're out there killing millions of birds. The bird flu is running wild, H5N1, but they've got a vaccine for it and all this other nonsense. And I just, you know, I think about what happened in COVID and how poorly it was handled on so many levels. And then I see this, and they're euthanizing cats apparently in New Jersey. And other headlines, I'm like, euthanizing cats, and people are like, I love my cat. I hope my cat doesn't get. It's just, it gets inside people's heads, doesn't it?
It's an insanity again, and my fear is that the states will behave in their totalitarian sort of instinct that they manifested during COVID. Look, bird flu, again, we worried that they had developed some strains in Wisconsin in the lab that might be more infectious. That's not proving to be true. There have been 2 cases of rather serious pulmonary infection, and then a clade subset, D1.1, has developed. We need to pay attention to that. Here's what the public needs to do. Prepare yourself. Have Tamiflu on hand. Think about talking to your doctor about whether a second agent would be appropriate, how you get tested if you do get a serious illness. The probability of you getting bird flu at this point, extremely, extremely low. Certainly the serious variant, we need to worry about. You at this point do not need to worry about it.
Let me ask you this. You know, I'm not sure they should be culling birds. I mean, I read columns where they say, look, birds will develop an immunity just like people do to the flu. But do you worry that any of these current health scares could be used as as a predicate to push this COVID-type reaction down our throats again. Lockdowns, masks, social distancing, any of that nonsense.
Of course. And again, not on a federal level, but on a state level, where I live in a state in California where that was what we lived under for 2 years, which was nuttiness. But the fact is that they are running around killing birds, raising the price of eggs, killing birds. The farm workers who are doing the killing of the birds are getting exposed to the virus. So we have a couple 100,000 people that, again, we doctors need to worry about. And when they show up with conjunctivitis, which is the primary manifestation of this illness, they should be, those workers who should be using betadine nasal lavage before they go in and after they come out, significantly reduces the risk of transmission. And we should be watching that population who we're forcing to go in and kill birds. And by the way, so a new crop of young birds that have been not exposed to the virus can show up, and the virus can run through that population and potentially mutate into something else. So no, I'm not in favor of all the bird killing.
Right. And you're not in favor of all the fear-mongering either, it doesn't seem.
No, I'm not. That is how I got myself in trouble during COVID. I saw that happening. Yeah. I went out and said, don't listen to this. Panic never makes things better. Listen to your doctor. I did make one mistake that everybody forgot about. I said, listen to Dr. Fauci, listen to the CDC. They'll get us through this. Well, that was my mistake. But of course, I was not crucified for that one.
Right. Here's what I would recommend to you, the wellness company, twc.health/Gruber. You can get all the kind of health needs. You can get taken care of 24/7. Yes. You can get the supplements
telehealth.
You need. Absolutely. Telehealth all day long. And Dr. Drew, I greatly appreciate you being here like always, sir.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it.
twc.health/Gruber. Stay healthy. Don't get sick. It's easier that way. twc.health/Gruber. I'll be right back. All right, so Dolly Parton's husband of almost 60 years died just a couple of days ago. You probably knew that. Carl Dean. He was never in the spotlight much, and Dolly Parton was married to him for 6 years. You know, so the song Jolene, one of the best songs she ever did, apparently had to do with a teller at the local bank. Two things came together here. She said that this woman had a terrible crush on my husband. She told NPR that back in 2008. He just loved going to the bank because she paid him so much attention. I was kind of like a running joke saying, hell, you're spending a lot of time at the bank. I don't believe we've got that kind of money. So it's kind of an innocent song that way, but here's where she got the name Jolene and the song itself. One night on stage, I was there, and there's this beautiful little girl, about 8 or 10 years old. She had this beautiful red hair, beautiful skin, beautiful green eyes, and she was looking at me holding, for an autograph. And I said, well, you're just the prettiest little thing I've ever seen. What's your name? And she said, Jolene. And Dolly Parton put those two things together, the teller at the bank and the little girl at the concert, and there you have it. Carl Dean, big loss for Dolly Parton. This part of the program brought to you by my good friends at Hillsdale. Listen, history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme oftentimes, and if we don't learn from it, we repeat the mistakes. That's why Hillsdale College is offering a free course on totalitarian novels, just 8 lectures. Hillsdale's president, Larry Arnn, a brilliant man, will guide you through these books. 1984, Brave New World. If you read these, you probably have it. If you haven't, you should. Plus Darkness at Noon and That Hideous Strength. These are stories about what happens when totalitarian regimes take over and the right of the individual is destroyed. It's why defending faith, family, and freedom is more important than ever. Make the most of your time. Make the most of your time today. Start learning. It's never too late. Go to gruberforhillsdale.com. These courses are free. I mean, this is the best thing I can offer you. People ask me, hey, Gruber, how can I spend my time more effectively? Well, take courses at Hillsdale. It's free, no cost, easy to get started. gruberforhillsdale.com. gruberforhillsdale.com, and you can take courses on 1984 and Brave New World. You're going to be glad you did. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back. The next hour will be up on, all the normal places, Twitter and Facebook, Rumble. We'll be on all those places. Thank you for watching on Real America's Voice, as always, as well. Plus, MTN. I'll be back.
Ahead on American Sunrise Early Edition, President Trump catalogs the achievements of his new administration so far and identifies key goals for the years ahead. Most Democrats behaved during the speech, but there were some egregious exceptions. Well. Now Ukrainian President Zelensky says the verbal dust-up at the White House was, quote, regrettable, and that he's ready to negotiate peace between Russia and Ukraine. Will that be enough to turn the U.S. funding back on? If Zelensky can kind of say he's sorry, how about the sanctuary city mayors who will be testifying before Congress today? Don't hold your breath on that one, but at least they will be forced to defend the indefensible use of their city's taxpayer money to welcome and house illegal aliens. This ought to be good. A Chinese company is divesting itself from several key ports along the Panama Canal in what looks like a big win for President Trump's efforts to keep the canal more of a U.S. asset. And a measles outbreak in Texas has most of the news media outdoing itself in a battle between sensationalism and dishonesty. And RFK Jr. is their main target. American Sunrise Early Edition starts now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Your good deeds and bad deeds. That's how we're going to judge you.
Join host Jake Novak as he breaks down the stories that matter.
We will be letting the public know regularly what we have found.
American Sunrise Early Edition with your host, Jake Novak, starts now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition and a meaningful Ash Wednesday to all of you who are observing today. Thank you so much for getting up early after all those speeches that went late last night. One of the people doing that for us today is Grace Curley. She's the host of a great show out of Boston, the Grace Curley National Radio Show, but she's out of Boston, and you'll see why that's important in just a second. Because what's happening right now in your city, Grace, is a clip I want to play from President Trump, because President Trump was sort of referring to something that's happening in your city and a lot of other cities, and it's all about law enforcement and respect for the officers who risk their lives in the line of duty. Check it out.
I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed.
Now, Grace, the reason why I played that clip is because he just had an incident in Boston. I talked about it on the show yesterday. An off-duty officer risked his life to shoot and kill a knife-wielding maniac who could have killed many people in Copley Square, innocent people. Michelle Wu, your mayor, only expressed condolences to the knife-wielding maniac. No concerns at all, no thoughts and prayers for the cop. Believe me, he's not having an easy time right now. I just want everyone to know that. It's not an easy thing to do. And for all the people who are probably still frightened out of their minds who witnessed or were threatened by this, Grace, they can't be making it this easy for President Trump, can they?
Yeah, they absolutely can be, Jake, and thank you for having me. I think that Mayor Wu cut, it kind of just shows you how political instincts, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier off the air, political instincts aren't what they used to be, because that used to be a no-brainer. You know, you get out there and the first thing you say is, thank God we had that off-duty cop. Thank God he stepped up. Thank you for doing that. I mean, he had to do that. And the reports I saw were his children were with him. So it was not an easy, as you said, it was not an easy decision to make, but he made the right one. And you know, I was speaking with the Boston police officer and I asked him about this and he said, we're always going to do the right thing. We're always going to, you know, we're always going to stand up for the community. But it would be nice if the public officials had our backs. It would be nice if they could thank us and be grateful for the fact that we're not only protecting the community, but specifically we're protecting them. And Mayor Wu has terrible, terrible instincts. This is not something where I would have thought you even had to. I mean, maybe now because everything's online and people are so paranoid about, being taken out of context. But 20 years ago in Boston, this wouldn't have even been a conversation. This would have been, oh, I know what to do. I know what I have to say when I get out there. Thank the cop, and move along. But the fact that she messed it up so badly, and I even for her, I was kind of surprised at that error.
Yeah. Now here's why we're talking about this. Not just because of the soundbite with President Trump talking about law enforcement, but also because Mayor Wu and 3 other sanctuary city mayors are coming to D.C. today to answer questions before a congressional committee. Now, Wu has been pushing back on what she was calling just a distraction, something silly. But as you pointed out on your show yesterday nationally, she still spent more than $600,000 of the Boston taxpayers' money to prep for this thing. I think she went to some kind of law firm that did some kind of coaching for her. Now, how's that going over in Beantown?
Not well. Yeah, this was a story. The Boston Herald got this information. Very good on them for doing that. This is insane. I mean, you don't spend $650,000. It's actually upwards of that, I believe, because you're confident in your policies. And I was explaining this to a friend of mine yesterday who hadn't been aware of the story. And I was explaining all the money they're spending to coach her, or, the city of Boston is spending to coach her. And my friend said, why is she going to defend these ridiculous policies that are putting us all in danger? And I said, yeah, so it's a double whammy. Even if she was going for something we could all get behind, it's still a lot of money to have to spend to just be able to talk extemporaneously and defend your policies. But the fact that they're spending all this money so she can defend these moronic policies that are letting a illegal alien child rapist out into the street in Boston. I mean, anyone who follows what's been happening for the last 4 years under Joe Biden, that Boston is a hotbed for this kind of criminal activity. If you follow Bill Malugin, I mean, he's a national reporter, but he focuses a lot on the city of Boston. I would say it's like Boston, Chicago, and New York are the 3 big ones. And so the people in this city are sick of it. They were sick of it when they were taking over community centers in Roxbury and turning them into migrant shelters. And so this is just the cherry on top, that not only have we had these terrible policies that have led to crime and destruction and danger, but now the Boston residents are paying this much money so that she can get a coach who's going to tell her what to say in front of Congress. And there's another aspect of this, Jake, that really drove me crazy. I was looking at old interviews, or not even old interviews from a week or 2 ago. And the House Oversight Committee that's conducting this hearing had put out a hype video where it was basically a montage. I'm sure it took 10 minutes to make. You or I could have made it. It's not hard to do these days. And it was all about Mayor Wu. It was getting people aware of the fact that, hey, we're going to do this. We're going to have this oversight hearing, and we're going to ask her tough questions. And she was asked about it, and she smugly kind of laughed and said she found it amusing that they had time to do this because she's so busy as a Boston official. As a city official, she's so busy. But she found it amusing that that's what they decided to spend their time on. And I'm thinking, well, I'm sure this video didn't cost $650,000. And are you really that busy if you can do hours and hours of prep work for this hearing? So there's so many things here that highlight her hypocrisy and that should tick people off. And I do think it's starting to really get under people's skin, especially when you think about all the issues we already have here in the city of Boston.
Yeah, well, I hate to get even more under skin, but let's move on from the chump change of $650,000 to the real money, the real bill for your whole state. Again, this is just one of the states, folks, just one. Reports say Massachusetts is on the hook for $1.8 billion in illegal alien costs. Grace, no one can defend this, but and this is a theory that I've had that I think has been backed up by facts for a long time. You're talking about someone going to coach Michelle Wu, but the thing is, I don't think anyone's actually working for these mayors or even some of these governors. I think what's happening right now is that the DNC has a party line that they're helping to staff these mayors and governors' offices, because if someone was actually working for Mayor Wu or for Mayor Adams or for Governor Hochul or Governor Healy, they would tell them, hey, move away from this policy and your poll numbers will go up. I mean, do you think I think I'm onto something here, because I just don't see this kind of self-flagellation as getting these people anywhere.
No, it's not. And it was such a huge issue during the election. And I think that was a major mistake Democrats made, where they associated wanting to close the border with kind of white boomer rube Republicans, is probably what CNN would describe them as. And, if you wanted to close the border, if you wanted to secure the border, then you were a racist MAGA supporter. And the truth is, when the numbers actually bared out, it told a totally different story. It told that there was a lot of Hispanic people who didn't like the chaos that we saw on the southern border. They didn't like illegal aliens infiltrating their communities and wreaking havoc, whether it be drug dealers or rapists or murderers. And so this has, for a very long time, it's been clear that this is not a winning issue for Democrats, and yet they stick with it. And, it's so strange, too, Jake, because Josh Kraft is running against Mayor Wu. And so she has an election coming up, and she has a political, and Tom Homan said today he doesn't think her political career is going to survive this hearing. And if she had to spend $650,000 for it, I tend to agree. But the person, Josh Kraft, who's running against her, this is Boston. It's like, even you would think, okay, what a great opportunity. She's messing up time and time again. We talked about Monday with the off-duty cop. Then we find out the $650,000 for the hearing. She just a few weeks ago called Tom Homan clueless. Like, this is a woman who's been stepping in it almost as a ritual every morning when she wakes up. And yet I keep Googling. I'm like, is her opponent seizing and weaponizing and pouncing on it? No. And it's because I think, and some people could argue, well, if your enemy's digging themselves in a hole, just stay out of it. But in politics, if you don't take advantage of the moment, and the reason is because here in Boston, these politicians are so crazy that he thinks that he's going to look like a bad guy if he points out the fact that she has implemented these ridiculous policies and that she's defending them and that people don't like it. And it's like, this is how nuts it is, that even when you're running against her for mayor, you don't say anything. You just, I typed in the other day, Josh Kraft ICE, because I wanted to see if he made any comments about Tom Homan. And what came up? Josh Kraft, and I'm paraphrasing here, angry with Michelle Wu over ice on the streets, not clearing up icy roads. And I'm like, I don't like the icy roads either, but there seems to be a lot of other material you could kind of be hitting on at this point. But this is Boston. It's insane. And I don't know when it ends. I don't know what the thing is, like where the rubber meets the road. But maybe Tom Homan's right. Maybe it'll be today.
Yeah, it's the illusion of democracy in a one-party state. But again, I have to say, it's clear that the Democratic National Committee is controlling many of the lead candidates, let alone the people who are already elected. They are not allowing for any debate within their party. You could argue sometimes the Republicans have too much democracy. We're trying to reelect our speaker every 5 minutes. But the Democrats have no democracy. It's very clear to me they haven't allowed their voters to choose their presidential candidate for 12 years. And it doesn't sound like they're allowing them to choose their mayor either. Grace Curley, thank you so much for joining us today. Everyone, check out her radio show. You can watch it on YouTube as well, a bunch of the other streamers. Check it out. Check your local listings. I guess that's the best thing to say. But Grace, thank you so much for joining us.
I appreciate it.
All right, coming up. The mainstream news media and the entertainment media have become so politicized and hyped up about vaccines that the folks from the old Brady Bunch TV show are actually wiser about these things. What? Well, I will explain it. And he may be a loudmouth sports anchor, but compared to the ladies of The View, Stephen A. Smith is Montesquieu and Robespierre rolled into one. You'll hear him school the clueless hostesses of that show just ahead. if you've ever wondered what Bourbon Street looks like the day after Mardi Gras, Ash Wednesday, there you go. There's a live shot right there. Not as messy as it was yesterday. And thank you to all of you watching on Getter and Rumble. Folks on Getter schooled me on what that was yesterday that was cleaning up the trash. It's called a steer loader. I was calling it a scooper, but I knew that wasn't the official term. And a meaningful Ash Wednesday to all of you who are observing the day. I hope that goes as you hope it will. Hey, what does it sound like when a non-brainwashed person shows up as a guest on The View? I'm glad you asked, because here's Stephen A. Smith doing just that.
It's only been in office for 6 weeks. Seems like 6 years, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. And he's been going around with his cronies touting his so-called landslide and blowout win. But he won the popular vote by 1.5%, one of the smallest ever, and he won the general election by less than 50%. So what kind of mandate is this really?
Well, it is a mandate, and I'm going to explain why. And I don't mind the question, but let me be very clear. I'm no supporter of Trump. I'm a supporter of truth and the facts. And here's the facts. The man won every swing state. He increased in terms of his voter turnout in his favor from the standpoint of blacks, Latinos, and young voters. He increased his numbers in that regard from 2020. 89% of the counties shifted to the right. That's a mandate. We can sit up there and play around all we want to. In 2020, Trump didn't win the popular vote. He didn't win the electoral college vote. A matter of fact, the Republicans hadn't won the popular vote, if I remember correctly, since 2004. But they did this year. So 20 years after they last won a popular vote, they won the popular vote. They won the electoral college vote. The man won every swing state. And on top of it all, 89% of the counties shifted against. I don't understand how people can look at that and say, there's no mandate. There's a mandate.
Well, it's a different definition of a mandate, I guess.
But the problem is that if you're the Democratic Party and you lost 49.8% to 48.3%, and you're looking at that 1.5% dip, that's an excuse for you to say, what we did really wasn't that bad.
Some people didn't
we should continue to do that. No, don't continue to do that. Find a new strategy.
Hey, now, to be honest, I find Stephen A. Smith to be a mostly annoying TV guy, and he's really bombastic, but he's clear-headed enough to see the truth about some things. Good for him. Now maybe he can stop yelling about the Knicks all the time, but that was a pretty good schooling by Stephen A. Now, here's an interesting story. A group of American victims from the October 7th terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas have filed a lawsuit against Al Jazeera. The plaintiffs include the uncle of those redheaded babies, the Bibas brothers, by the way, who were confirmed murdered earlier this month. Now, the lawsuit says Al Jazeera employed operatives linked to Hamas as journalists, compensated terrorist leaders for interviews, and spread extremist narratives. Check, check, and check. They do all those things. Specifically, the complaint says, quote, terrorist organizations require financial support, logistical networks, and media outlets to further their agenda. The evidence shows Al Jazeera has acted as an accomplice to Hamas. Spoiler alert, that's all true. Be interesting to see how this case goes. Al Jazeera has a lot to answer for. I wonder if they'll even get deposed. Maybe they'll settle this. We'll have to see how this goes. By the way, there's a measles outbreak in West Texas that's currently infected about 150 people and put about 20 of them in the hospital. There's even one fatality. But making it worse is the national news media deciding to use this outbreak as a weapon against new HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You knew this was coming. Now, RFK Jr. has touted the use of the MMR vaccine. He's not saying don't get the shot, but you're seeing story after story talking about how he's talking about other treatments as well, like vitamin A and other things like that. They're trying to turn him in, trying to make him sound like some kind of a kook. Then they are conveniently leaving out the fact that he did tell people to go get vaccinated. Now, of course, measles can be serious. I'm not making a joke of it, but today's news and entertainment media hype it up a lot, a little too much. Here's a great way to explain what I mean. Let's look at how our American culture looked at the measles in 1970 compared to today. Back to back. Let's roll these sound bites.
Hi. Peter. What are you doing home from school?
They sent me home. Measles.
It's either measles or a strange case of red freckles.
You have got a temperature.
They told me 101.1. What's the record?
Never mind.
Oh, are you sure it's the measles?
Well, he certainly got all the symptoms. A slight temperature, a lot of dots, and a great big smile.
A great big smile?
No school for a few days.
Say hello to my dotted son for me. Tell him I'll bring him some comic books, and I'll see you later, dear.
Okay, honey, bye.
Boy, this is the life, isn't it? Yeah. If you have to get sick, you sure can't beat the measles. That's right. No medicine.
Inside or out? Like shots, I mean.
Don't even mention shots. Yuck.
How do you feel?
I'm fine. Dad says I should go to school.
7 students confirmed with measles, 4 others possible.
How? They had to have been vaccinated.
These moms never vaccinated their kids and lied about it. Vaccines are harmful.
You are endangering the health of every child in this city.
Liv, no, it's turning blue.
Call 911.
Yes, the calm wisdom of the Brady Bunch compared to the scare tactic hysteria of Law & Order SVU. What's happened to that show, by the way? We are devolving as a society, I think. Unbelievable. All right, coming up, it looks like another win for President Trump. This time it's in connection to his demand that the Panama Canal get rid of a lot of the Chinese influence. I'll have the details. And it looks like Ford is going to bring back the Ford Mustang Shelby GT500. It is a fan favorite that's been out of production for a while. That story and more in today's Moving America segment just ahead. It's a live shot of Kansas City, Missouri right now. Are they having a citywide rave? I know they're trying to attract people on LSD. I know, it looks pretty cool, but a little trippy for a Wednesday in March. All right, let's take a look at where the markets are going to begin today. Looks like we're going to open stronger. We had another almost 700-point loss for the Dow yesterday. There's a lot of tariff concerns going on right now. Investors are hoping that the tariffs will be short-lived, so they're a little bit more optimistic this morning. Let's look at Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is still below that $90,000 mark, but making a comeback as well. So that's an interesting number to look at. All right. Well, the more uncertain days on Wall Street, when you have them, that also comes with consequences for the masters of the universe. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that major layoffs are coming to Goldman Sachs, especially for people with the vice president job title at the firm. Apparently, this is not much of a shock for them, at least not since the last couple of weeks ago, because supposedly underperforming VPs mostly got very small bonuses last month. That's the telltale sign. The layoffs will total about 1,500 people globally. All right, a Hong Kong-based company is selling its stake in 2 ports along the Panama Canal to a U.S.-led investment group led by BlackRock. You better believe that this is responding to threats from President Trump to the country of Panama about trying to get less Chinese influence and investment over the canal. Trump has threatened to take back the canal from Panama, which acquired full control of it in 1999 under a treaty with the United States. And now this. Little animation time. Let's hear from Speed Racer.
What do you make of the tariffs, first of all? Is it something you're comfortable with? Does it concern you on some levels? What's your take?
It doesn't concern me at all. I mean, President Trump is basically leveraging America's strength to make people pay their fair share. And by the way, Canada and Mexico, they are not only covered by us from a military standpoint, but they're covered by us economically just by virtue of being on North American continent with the most powerful country in the entire world. So I really have no tolerance for Canada talking about, entering a trade war with the most powerful country in the entire world based on what we provide for them. So again, this is Trudeau trying to flex. He's a lame duck. It's not going to last very long, and President Trump, in the end, will get his way as he tends to do. You bring up fentanyl and what's happening at our southern border. Keep in mind that over 2 years ago, we passed H.R. 2 to secure our border, and the Hippocratic Democrats were the ones that told us that we couldn't secure the border, that we were against it, even though we passed H.R. 2 2 years ago. And you mean to tell me that within 5 weeks, President Trump has literally fixed our southern border? Fentanyl is no longer pouring into our country at the rate that it was before he was president. When Biden was president, we had enough fentanyl pouring into this country to kill every single American 6 times. That has now come to an end. The cartels are no longer running our border. We are running our sovereign nation yet again. And I don't really care what Trudeau does. Guess what? At the end of the day, you will bend the knee.
All right, that was an interesting soundbite from that congressman from Texas talking about the tariff situation. All right, now let's check out something from my old friend, Speed Racer.
Here comes Speed Racer.
Yes, now that's our animation that would make the great Speed Racer proud. So here's a question. How long can U.S. automakers go before these new tariffs on Canada and Mexico really start to hurt them and consumers? The consensus is not that long, just a few weeks to be exact. Does that mean that these tariffs are going to be a lot more temporary than many fear they will be? Well, before you answer that, remember that U.S. auto companies sort of lost their independence from the government when the taxpayers, when we bailed them out. Remember that in 2009? I think that these tariffs actually won't go on forever, but if they do, if they go on for a longer period because we're getting better political results from it, then, I kind of think the auto companies sort of owe it to us, don't you think? Billions and billions of dollars in that bailout in 2009. All right, now let's check in with America's criminally and politically insane. Multiple agencies in Massachusetts are looking for the person who set a group of Tesla superchargers on fire. The arson happened just after 1 a.m. on Monday in the town of Littleton, Massachusetts. Police do believe this was politically motivated, and I think clearly egged on by mainstream news media and entertainment media, scaring and riling people up against Elon Musk. Now, luckily, there were no injuries here, but you know what? I'm sorry to say, it's just a matter of time. Somebody is going to get hurt. Hey, everyone, tone it down. Stop burning things. Stop vandalizing dealerships. It's not going to change anything. It's only going to make Elon Musk and DOGE feel like they're more on the right track. And by the way, they are. Okay, let's turn that frown upside down with some good news. A new Shelby Mustang GT500 is expected for the 2026 model year. That's according to a UAW document that was leaked to several news outlets earlier this week. It will be made in Dearborn. Now, the last generation GT500 was introduced as a 2020 model. They sold it in 2021 and 2022, but that's when it ended. It offered a supercharged 5.2-liter V8 and 760 horsepower. According to Edmunds.com, this is how much people like this car. The 2020, 2021, and 2022 Ford Shelby GT500s, that you're looking at right now, they can cost, even though they're used, they can cost anywhere from $70,000 to as much as $117,000. You think that's why they're going to make a new one? Yeah, I think so too. All right, file this one under no good deed goes unpunished in America right now. The McGuire family car dealership in Syracuse, New York, took it upon themselves to clean up a long abandoned and disgusting overgrown vacant lot not far from the dealership. They did this last year. The result was a very visible example of civic beautification. Nice story, right? Wrong. Because the city of Syracuse then decided to fine the dealership because it didn't have a permit to clean it up. Now, here's the real reason why they fined them. Because the government was made to look bad when the private sector actually takes upon itself to do the job the government should be doing. This is a vacant lot. It was the state's property. It was the city's property. And the dealership, the private sector, cleaned it up. That is why the city fined them. They want to discourage people like you and me from doing the things that make the government look bad for doing nothing. It's as simple as that. Anyway, McGuire Family Auto Dealerships, I hope you didn't have to pay too much of a fine. I know you made a settlement, but thanks for doing what you did anyway. Maybe people will go out and patronize your business as a way of thanking you. Go and do that if you live in Syracuse. All right, coming up, the Trump team is on its way to 10 universities across America to put a stop to incidents like this. Campus anti-Semitic riots mislabeled as free speech protests. This will not be pretty when they get there, but it's not just the lawyers that will be scrutinizing the colleges. RFK Jr. and his HHS staffers are also taking aim at the sickness that is bigotry in our universities. I'll explain when American Sunrise Early Edition continues. It's Wednesday, March 5th. Here are some of this morning's top stories. President Trump catalogs the achievements of his new administration so far and identifies key goals for the years ahead. In that speech last night, most Democrats behaved for some of the time. There were some egregious exceptions. The whole country heard the speech anyway. Well, now Ukrainian President Zelensky says the verbal dust-up at the White House was regrettable and that he is ready to negotiate peace between Russia and Ukraine. Will that be enough, however, to turn the funding back on for Ukraine? How long can America's car dealerships and big auto companies hold on before the tariff squeeze puts them in serious danger? Just a couple of weeks, according to the experts, but that's the brakes when you only exist in the first place thanks to taxpayer bailouts. And not one, but two federal agencies are coming to college campuses to crack down on anti-Semitic hate fests masquerading as free speech protests. Nice try, you're not fooling us. And one of the leaders in the effort will surprise you. American Sunrise Early Edition continues now. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition, and especially to those of you following and watching on Getter and Rumble. And thanks to the Getter chat folks who are reminding me that Kansas City was a very trippy look there. But, of course, that was a Mardi Gras color. But it's already Ash Wednesday, so they should have changed that color. So I think I still have some platform to stand on. All right, welcome back again. Joining me now is independent investigative journalist Sloan Rathmuth. And Sloan, you've been one of the best journalists chronicling the anti-Semitism on campus, masquerading as free speech protests. It's not that, by the way. And so I'd like to get your reaction to this post by President Trump promising a real crackdown on these riots and really doing something about it. How did you feel when you saw that post?
Well, as a journalist has been covering this for more than a decade, I mean, it's a welcome occurrence, I will say that. This is long overdue, as you know. There are many people out there that will conflate this with speech. Of course, it's not. All universities, in fact, everyone receiving federal funds, must agree to Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. That means creating an environment that is so inhospitable to one class of people is illegal. For instance, it's analogous to telling gay people, sure, at this university, we welcome gay people, but we're going to allow people to harass you to the point where you just won't want to come, right? That's illegal. That's actually what happens, on all of these campuses. So this is a welcome line in the sand, and I'm eager to see what happens next.
All right, now, Sloan, I want to get more specific here because a Justice Department task force is going to be visiting 10 schools, including my alma mater, Columbia, Harvard and Penn, and some of the other really egregious places. And, this task force, as you sort of talked about just now, because of Title VI, they don't need any new laws to work with to cite violations because these schools have broken existing civil rights protections. Am I correct in saying that?
Well, you're absolutely correct. Look, if the laws on the books were enforced, we wouldn't need special cutouts for Jews, for anyone else. Follow the law as it's written. But for some reason, that doesn't apply to Jews, particularly on college campuses. So yes, free speech, as people say, isn't actually unfettered free speech. There are constraints. For instance, you can enter into a contract, right? An employer's contract where you agree to curtail your free speech. You do it in exchange for something. That's just what these schools do. In exchange for federal funding, they agree that they're going to maintain a non-harassing education environment for all, whether you're Black, Asian, whoever you are. And so, yes, this is a failure. And Jake, this is really a failure on the administrators' parts and all these colleges, my alma mater included, Harvard, who have their own rules and their own policies and their own code of conduct that they're not following. So it's just not the federal law they're not following. They're not following their own policies. I wonder why that's going on.
Well, it's interesting because there's a lot of people who are very strong free speech advocates who I think are a little bit misinformed. There's some who aren't, but there's some who are genuinely misinformed about what's going on here. When you just had encampments on campus, when you just had people roaming the open parts of campus, I agree with you. They were harassing students and making them unable to sometimes go to class because they didn't want to cross the path of the encampment, and they were getting in their face. I found an online document that was advising these protesters to so-called bird dog the Jewish and the pro-Israel students, which, by the way, of course, includes a lot of Christian students, which means just getting incredibly close to their face. But here's what's changed just in the last few weeks. We now have a couple of videos of people going into actual classrooms and disrupting the classrooms. Now, that is a whole different ball of wax. That is a clear violation of the civil rights thing because it's disrupting their ability to learn in a classroom. And I think that a lot of people who need to understand this is not just, we don't want to have an encampment, which is annoying. This is, they went into classrooms. That is not defensible based on free speech rights.
Well, it's not. We've seen Jewish students in particular locked in libraries. We've seen Jewish students at UCLA and other places, Columbia, as a matter of fact, be told that this is a Zionist-free zone. That happened in Syracuse also. A Zionist-free zone happens to include 95% of all Christians, many Arabs, as a matter of fact, and almost all Jews. So, this is against Zionists. So a lot of Christians need to understand, too. They're hung up in all of this as well. If they don't know that now, they will know that soon. And so, restricting campus for Jews That is not free speech. Telling all Jews that they need to leave. I've got that on video at UNC, that all Jews need to leave campus. If that happened to any other group, be it, gays, blacks, the National Guard would descend on that university to put down the rebellion that would ensue from this outrageous treatment. So I just want to say overall, it's unbelievable that these things have been able to be perpetrated unfettered for so long. And so this federal response is overdue.
Yeah, this is interesting, though. You talked about the DOJ. It's not just the DOJ. This I find very, very interesting, considering his personal history. Some staffers from the Health and Human Services Department will also be looking into what's going on in these campuses, something that their boss, RFK Jr., is defending in this post, calling out anti-Semitism and bigotry as a sickness. Thus, it's something that goes under his purview at HHS. How do you feel about that characterization?
I love it. It's a mental illness. To hate one group of people for their immutable characteristics and to take that hate into action and to let it fester is a mind rot. So I love that. I love how he's making it a sickness. But look, he's looking into real money here. I mean, Columbia has $5 billion worth of grants. You're not able to get the money in exchange for what we see. I don't know if you read this recently, but Columbia, their students are circulating a how to commit acts of terrorism, like vandalizing, places, cutting off power supplies. This is planning terror attacks. So we're leaving free speech and we're going into material support for terrorism here, which in that crime, speech is included, but so are a lot of other things like planning.
Yeah, listen. Bigotry and anti-Semitism are both symptoms and examples of mental illnesses. If you've ever been in a psych ward, I've visited them. I've had people who've worked on them as doctors and as nurses. If you've ever been to a psychiatric ward, the patients are yelling bigoted and anti-Semitic comments 24/7. It's just so clearly a symptom of an illness. And when you start hearing that from people, you need to maybe get them a doctor. All right, finally, Sloan, we have to ask you about a great development in a story you broke for the entire nation. Peyton McNabb, who was injured by a trans athlete in a high school volleyball match, was a guest of President Trump during his speech to Congress last night. Now, how did that make you feel, considering you were just about the first one to tell us about her harrowing story?
It made me feel great. She is a hero in women's sports, certainly. And she's a North Carolina hero. Yes, a couple of years ago, actually, Margot, who is my podcasting partner, told me about a story where a girl, and this is Peyton, just a delightful young woman, a great student athlete. She'd been injured by a male player. As you can imagine, when you break stories and you're a journalist, you understand that. If you don't have primary evidence, right, you're hesitant to cover something. And so it took me, many interviews, many, documented searches. I think I was the second one in America to cover a story like this of a male hurting a female athlete. But they're so important to cover, as you can see, because this story heralded in the state law that we have here, and now the national law, which, of course, 47 Democrats in the Senate opposed, but 80% of Americans approve of. So the Democrats are continuing on with this insane policies that no one agrees with.
I have some great news for you and everyone watching. Peyton McNabb will be a guest on American Sunrise, a show that comes on right after this at 9:45 Eastern time. So everyone check that out. I'm sure you'll be doing that, Sloan. You made the point. You made the point that no Democrat senator voted to protect girls' sports. Again, folks, there are so many examples, and we're going to talk about it in a few minutes with David Brody. There are so many examples of the Democrats not reading the polls. I don't know why they're doing this to themselves. It would not cost them a thing. It would not cost them a thing politically to vote for that bill to protect women's sports, and they're not doing it. Any thoughts on what master are they serving here with this?
I don't know. I would say donors, but don't forget, this includes men going into women's locker rooms. I work out every day. I don't know what I would do if a man came into the locker room. How about the locker room while I was alone? That would be terrible, terrifying thought. So they don't support women having their own spaces. And The only thing that I can think of, it would be donors like George Soros, perhaps, or Ford Foundation affiliates. I don't know.
Well, I like money, but I don't like money that much. All right, Sloan Rackman, thank you so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, you probably didn't stick around last night to see the Democrats' response to President Trump's speech, but don't worry, I suffered through it for you, and I've got something you really need to know about how tone deaf the Democrats still are. David Brody's going to talk about that with me when we come right back. That is a live shot of Port Jefferson, New York. And by the way, if you ever visit Port Jefferson, there is a great, great ice cream shop not far from where that shot is taken that has a huge Trump banner on its roof and has had that there for quite some time. Pretty courageous guy to do that in New York, although I'm pretty sure Port Jeff voted for Donald Trump, at least in this last election. Welcome back, everyone, to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Jake Novak. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'm wishing a very meaningful Ash Wednesday to all of you who are observing that today. And again, a thank you to everyone on Getter and in Rumble. So many of your comments, really, really good ones. And I want to talk now about something that you probably missed last night. This is a soundbite from Alyssa Slotkin. She is the senator, the Democrat senator from Michigan, who they chose to respond to Donald Trump's message last night. Check this out.
Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life.
All right, David Brody is here, and I just want to list the checklist of all the things wrong with that soundbite and the whole thing. First of all, the Democrats don't read the polls, clearly. They don't read the polls because here later on in her statement, she denigrated the 20-year-olds, those 20-year-olds, the gang of 20-year-olds. Those young men, by the way, shifted hard to Trump. You don't want to be making fun of them. You want to try to bring them back in. Young men typically vote left, just like young women, and they didn't this time. So that's one thing. Second of all, they don't read history. The 2017 Trump tax cut was the greatest trickle-up tax cut in American history. For those of you who don't know, That tax bill doubled the standard deduction for people who don't itemize. In other words, working class Americans in the middle of the country, blue collar Americans. And I can promise you, Senator Slotkin is going to vote against extending that in a couple of days or whenever she gets the chance. And also, she seems to be on an 80s rewind loop. This is something that the Democrats have been saying since the 80s, that it's all about the billionaire friends. It's the same old, same old. Oh, and by the way, she's an ex-CIA agent, and the CIA ain't too popular right now. David, did I miss anything?
No, you didn't miss anything. And the 80s rewind is a really crucial point here because, ultimately what Trump has done here is he's totally changed the rules of the road and he's totally changed the ideological makeup of the party. And so if you're going to go with an 80s playbook, for that matter, a 90s playbook, it ain't going to work because those blue collar Democrats are not there for you. And because you have made your, dare I say, deal with the devil and made your deal with the far left. And until they break that alliance, and good luck with that, I don't think they will. But if they do, that's a good thing for America. It's a good thing for the Democrat Party. And so that's what we're really seeing here is that once you make that deal with the far left, you can't speak to the middle of the country. You can't speak to the heartland, the blue collar folks that the Democrats once had. So her 80s rewind playbook speaks and it goes into a canyon and no one hears it whatsoever. Look, what I noticed from her last night, by the way, I thought her style was actually very, very good. I just want to be honest with you here. I will say this. Beyond the fact that she was lining up the proverbial yin-yang, she talked about Reagan a lot. And that, to me, was interesting because, that's what they're trying to do, right? Harken back to the time of normalcy in the Republican Party. So she wanted to play to those roots as well. And let me just say one final thing. Look, when it comes to the Blue Dog Democrats, Jake, the Blue Dog Democrats were a force on Capitol Hill for decades. But they had 54 members back in 2008. And now what do they have? 10. Actually, it's more like 8, but we'll give them 10. We'll round up. They've gone from 54 to 10 in the last, 17 years or so. Why? It started in 2008 with Barack Obama. That's when the slouch towards Gomorrah, as Robert Bork might say, started. And then we have Joe Biden, who made his deal with the far left, and you got a 1-2 punch in there, and then boom, Blue Dog Democrats are virtually gone, which is symptomatic and an actual exhibit of the fact that Democrats have a real problem right in the middle of the country.
Yeah, and it's a new problem because for years I always felt that the only thing the Democrats were doing to hurt themselves with the middle of America was the cultural stuff, the allying with Hollywood. And we're seeing that again. We just talked about it. Not one senator would vote to protect women's sports. That's something they've been doing for a long time. I'm not shocked by it. But it's so clear to me, based on that speech last night from Slotkin, that they don't realize, David, they don't realize that they've lost the working class on economics now. Now, that is a huge problem that they're not addressing.
Well, and the problem is that they need to understand there's a guy in the White House named Donald Trump who has totally changed the paradigm on everything. And if they're going to go off an old playbook, you're never going to get anywhere because Donald Trump has had to make everybody shuffle on this. By the way, I guess you want me to tell you who's coming up on the show because I probably should do this quickly as I look at the big clock. I have to put on my glasses. Sorry about that. No, I don't. Harrison Fields, Deputy Principal White House Press Secretary, will be here. Also, Jen Pellegrino from the American First Public Policy Institute. Who else? Peyton McNabb. We talked about that in the last segment, or you guys did, and Brandon Gill, Congressman Brandon Gill. Jam-packed show.
Thanks, everyone. American Sunrise Early Edition is done. Stay tuned for American Sunrise. See you tomorrow.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday.
There's a little speech tonight, T. I don't know. Little speech about something.
A little. It's not quite a State of the Union, simply an address by this guy named 47. I think some people call him 47. Donald Trump, you may have heard of him. He's going to be speaking before a joint session of Congress tonight.
I'm expecting some sort of surprise, obviously. Leave it to Trump to have a surprise, so we know that's coming. And some news. I'm sure he'll make some big news out of this. This isn't just going to be, some sort of speech where he's just going through the motions. Trump never goes through the motions, Gina. This is going to be must-see TV tonight.
President Trump's going to come out swinging. He's going to point to his wins, shutting down illegal crossings of our border by 90-something%, bringing more than $2 trillion of foreign investment to our great nation. DOGE and shutting down USAID, getting rid of those really crazy programs and getting men out of women's sports. Some big things to point to, big wins for the American people.
I do think it's going to be a highlight, obviously, of what the last month or so has been with the executive orders, with the things he's tackled on issues like immigration, the economy, obviously everything going on in the Middle East and with Ukraine and Russia. But then I also think he's going to lay out a little bit of a deeper plan for what America can expect in the economy.
And he'll say, look what we did in 6 weeks. Give me time. People are nervous about tariffs. Look what I did in the last 6 weeks. I promise you these strategies will continue to pay dividends down the road. Stick with me. We'll get inflation down short term. Tariffs might bump it up a little bit, but don't worry. In the long term, we're going to get a really good deal.
So what are we going to hear about? We're going to hear about the economy. We're going to hear the fact that the border has the least amount of people crossing illegally ever.
There's new data out from Border Patrol that says the number of illegal aliens crossing into the United States from the southern border is down pretty dramatically. In February, for instance, Border Patrol apprehended about 8,500 illegals crossing into the U.S. Now, compare that to the Biden administration, Border Patrol agents saying that they apprehended that many people on a daily basis.
Leadership matters. Donald Trump, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem have all given the front line of DHS the tools and opportunity to succeed like they have not been able to.
There have been growing calls for the money that DOGE is saving for the U.S. government to go back to the American people. James Fishback laid out a plan for that money to be given back in the form of $5,000 stimulus checks.
You know, I would love it, but at the same time, I don't think it's very practical from a number standpoint.
Ahead on American Sunrise, President Donald Trump stood before a joint session of Congress to tell America the work that's been done in his second tenure as president and the work that still needs to be done. Meanwhile, the Dems brought their plans of disruption, but did it fall flat? Plus, Attorney General Pam Bondi says the FBI has turned over a truckload of evidence related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Bondi says she was misled on phase 1 of the Epstein documents. So will this new batch of docs deliver anything newsworthy? Plus, we have reaction from the White House on President Trump's speech with Harrison Fields, who's the special assistant to the president. Those stories and much more as American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody. I'm Terrance.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
President's address to the nation to a joint session of Congress. We've got this covered for the next couple of hours.
The American dream is on its way back.
You can certainly feel the excitement in the Capitol.
President Trump is appealing to the American people.
If you like the last 6 weeks, you're going to like the next 4 years of my presidency. We have real American voices on the ground here at the America First warehouse. He's fighting for them. He's getting rid of illegals.
I really believe the midterms start tonight with some of these victories that Donald Trump's going to lay out for us.
27-point swing. Americans think that the United States of America is actually on the right track.
Are the Democrats going to be able to sit there and just take that? Are they going to be able to bear with that? Or are we going to trigger some of these folks?
When they hear the reality of America, it doesn't sit well with them. Prepare for that.
President's motorcade is showing up.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
My fellow citizens, America is back.
The chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House.
The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. The golden age of America has only just begun. God bless you, and God bless America.
And what a night it was. Good morning. I'm Allison Hans, in for Dr. Gina Loudon, live from West Palm Beach on this post-presidential address to Congress morning. Let's bring in David Brody in Washington, D.C., and Terrance Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning, David. Good morning.
Wow.
Morning.
It was an amazing speech. It was a long speech when, President Trump actually broke Bill Clinton's record for the longest State of the Union or joint session of Congress speech in history last night. Trump's speech clocked in at 1 hour and 39 minutes, 32 seconds. Now, that goes up against Clinton's final State of the Union in 2000 that lasted 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 49 seconds. Now, congressional speeches average approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. And speaking of numbers, check out this poll from CBS News YouGov survey. It indicates that more than 3/4 of Americans, that's 76% of us, watched Trump's epic speech last night and approved of what they heard. And gentlemen, I've been talking a lot. What did you think? Dave, let's go to you first.
Well, it makes sense. The poll, 76% approved, because Trump was in his comfort zone talking about issues specifically that resonate with Americans. It's like a quarterback being in the zone, going 15 for 15 on passes. He's just in a zone. And he was last night. There's no doubt about it. I honestly thought the story was the Democrats and just the ridiculous behavior, obviously, of Al Green. We can talk about that. But beyond Al Green, you had tons of Democrats walking out during the speech. And then, Terrance, you had Democrats literally sitting on their hands, not getting up and applauding a 13-year-old with brain cancer. Laken Riley's mother and sister were there. Peyton McNabb, who will be here later in the show, the woman who had a traumatic injury after competing against a man in women's sports. They just sat there like zombies, like immoral zombies, Terrance.
And it just goes to show the divide that still exists in Washington and on Capitol Hill right now. And I'm hopeful that divide will be closed here over the next 4 years. I'm hopeful. I'm not confident that's going to happen, but I'm hopeful. But I think the bigger story here is that this was a 1-month victory lap, if you will, for President Trump, because it gave him an opportunity to tout all that he has done. And that speech went so long, I would argue, because President Trump has accomplished so much in the last 30 days. And there was a lot to talk about. I think that really is the overarching story, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the short version for sure. All right, let's get to, I guess, a short version of the Bible verse today. I mean, because we're not going to read the whole Bible here. That would be a long time. Anyhow, 2 Peter 1, 19 through 21, it reads as follows. And so we have the prophetic word confirmed, which you do well to heed as a light that shines in a dark place, until the day dawns and the morning star rises in your hearts, knowing this first, that no prophecy of Scripture is of any private interpretation, for prophecy never came by the will of man, but holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Spirit. And to quote Dr. G, I love that verse, but she's not here to say that. All right.
Well, I love it too.
Well, good. Allison vouching by proxy coming in for Gina today. All right. Let's talk more about Trump's speech last night. We've got Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn on the North Lawn of the White House this morning. Brian, good to see you. So tell us your reaction to the speech and a bit about the main points that you feel like Americans should take away and what you took away as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. I am dressed in all black this morning because the Democrat Party died last night on the House floor, live in front of the American people. That's exactly what happened. And in our pre-show, I kind of teased a little bit that I felt like they were going to pull some type of stunt. And of course, Representative Green from Texas did his defiant stand up, waving his cane, articles of impeachment on President Trump and all that noise. My biggest takeaway is this: America is back. And I want to know what Democrats actually stand for. Not physically. What would it take for them to physically stand up? But what do they stand for in this country? Sovereignty, secure borders, strong economy, no foreign wars. Think about that for a second. Democrats could not even applaud ending the war in Ukraine, achieving peace. Mind you, a 13-year-old kid battling cancer who's got deputized as a special Secret Service agent. These are all things we should celebrate as humans, but they can't do it. And there's a big lack of leadership in the Democrat Party, but we saw exactly who's in charge of the Republican Party and who is the leader and the commander of this country, President Trump.
Brian, to your point, Congressman Al Green, he raised Cain there and got kicked out. If you get the message, raised his cane. Yeah, been working on that one. But let's get to the fact that he just can't seem to make Democrats happy. That would be President Trump, and that's part of what he talked about last night. Listen.
This is my fifth such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
Brian, unfortunately, success probably still won't cure TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome.
Yeah. Well, he should have been pointing to the legacy media during that segment as well, because they are on the same page as the Democrats. They will not celebrate any wins. It seems like every question that they either ask President Trump or Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt is not about a victory about this country, but it's more about how it affects other countries, how it affects our adversaries. It's not American first. It's not an America first agenda. The Democrats, honestly, may they rest in peace, because I don't see how anyone at home right now that even may be agnostic and not even politically involved can see what they put and see how the lack, I guess you could say, of respect they had for not only this country, but their president. So I'm officially here right now, guys, and you can listen to me. Vladimir Zelensky, I have much more respect for what he did in the Oval Office than I did for the Democrats, what they did last night on the House floor. Unbelievable. It's un-American. And you know what? We should never lose another election from here on out. And my biggest takeaway also on this, if I could, just for a second, President Trump spoke of a couple things that he wants to see put in legislation ASAP. These executive orders are one thing, but putting them into law and getting Congress behind it, get the legislation passed, send it to the Senate, see what happens there. But Johnson and Thune, they need to get to work and then to get both their houses, respectfully, in line to get this stuff done. Protect Children's Innocence Act. It's about protecting kids from transgender surgeries, making it a felony. That he talked about last night. Gulf of America, he talked about that. That's on the House floor for a vote, should be at least. And making English the official language of America, that has been introduced as well. That needs to be put on the floor. Those are three things he talked about last night that's ready to go right now. Speaker Johnson can put that on the schedule. We can vote on it later this week, and we can get it done. But that's what it takes. So hopefully last night, and props to Speaker Johnson for gaveling and throwing his happy butt out of the chamber. That's what he should have done. America stood up for Speaker Johnson last night, and I thank him for that.
Thank you, Brian. And thank you, Senator Johnson. Okay, we'll see you again in the next hour. Coming up, we have more reaction to President Trump's speech to the joint session of Congress. Plus, we'll also check out today's hottest headlines from the Wrap Newsroom with T. Bates. We'll be right back.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
Washington, D.C., where I can't confirm this report, but I hear that Al Green is walking around with a cane somewhere in northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. I don't know. He's just rambling to himself. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. All right, coming up, Egypt with a plan for the Palestinians in Gaza. They want to basically have the Palestinian Authority take over? Wait, what? Hold on. Stand by. Smelling salts needed. We'll talk about it in a moment. First, though, T. Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
A Texas congressman who has already authored articles of impeachment against President Trump gets kicked out of last night's presidential address to a joint session of Congress.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
That was a result of Democrat Congressman Al Green's continued outburst during President Trump's speech. Green took exception to President Trump's claim that voters returned him to the White House with a mandate. Meantime, the president's remarks included a number of updates on recent developments related to the president's policies. For instance, following last week's blow-up in the Oval Office, it appears Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is ready to rebuild his tattered relationship with the Trump administration.
Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts.
And while President Trump is working to end one war, he just sparked a new one by slapping Canada and Mexico with tariffs. On Tuesday's move, already having an effect on American consumers, as retailer Target says it's going to see increasing prices over the next couple of days. Electronics chain Best Buy says it also is expecting price increases as a result of the tariffs. Meantime, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick says that a deal to work out a partial resolution to the current trade war with Canada and Mexico could be announced as soon as today. Just hours after the tariffs went live on Tuesday, Lutnick spoke with his Mexican and Canadian counterparts. Canada is responding to the Trump tariffs by levying 25% tariffs on $20 billion worth of American imports, which include orange juice, peanut butter, and big-ticket items like appliances and motorcycles. Mexico is also promising retaliation, saying it will release its terms on Sunday. That's a quick check of your headlines. I've got more headlines coming your way shortly, including as war rages on in Israel, President Trump is out with a plan to fight anti-Semitism here in the United States. Ahead, a closer look at the Commander-in-Chief's plan. And later, comparing President Trump's speech Tuesday night to similar presidential speeches of the past. Why what you heard last night was record-setting, plus one of President Reagan's former speechwriters joins us with his thoughts. Right now, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1770 that British soldiers killed 5 men in a crowd as they threw snowballs, sticks, and stones at those troops. That day would go down in history as the Boston Massacre. The massacre was the event that galvanized anti-British demonstrators in the colonies and ultimately led to the American Revolution. We've got more American Sunrise coming your way after this break.
Oklahoma City, Oklahoma on a Wednesday, hump day in America. Well, then again, it's hump day all over the world. I don't know. Anyhow, welcome back to American Sunrise, everybody. I'm David Brody. All right, a Gaza plan formulated by Egypt excludes Hamas from ever having power in Gaza once the fighting ends. It's an emergency summit that's being held in Cairo. Actually, it was held yesterday between Arab leaders. During the summit, Egypt's president floated the idea of a Palestinian committee temporarily governing Gaza, and then one day allowing power to be handed over to the Palestinian Authority as opposed to Hamas. This proposed plan is reportedly heading to President Donald Trump in the next couple of weeks. So joining American Sunrise now down in West Palm is Gal Kalev, writer for the Jerusalem Post, chairman of Judaism 3.0 think tank. And Gal is also the author of The Assault on Judaism. It's the existential threat is coming from the West. That is the name of the book. Gal, always great to see you. Thanks for being here. So I want to get your reaction to that story, but also there's this. Hamas has rejected the proposal put forth by President Trump's special envoy to extend the ceasefire. So now there are growing expectations that fighting in Gaza could resume within a matter of days. Gal, Israel made it clear that its objective is to obliterate Hamas. President Trump has made his vision for the area clear. So he wants to relocate the people of Gaza to other countries that we've talked about and build the area back from the ground up and turn it into this like peaceful stretch of land on the Mediterranean. Good luck with that. Gal, is the Trump Gaza plan feasible, number one? I mean, in other words, can it provide any sort of long-term stability for Israel? And what about Egypt's plan for Gaza? I mean, they want the Palestinian Authority to run this thing. I mean, last month they just finally got rid of their Martyrs Fund, but let's be honest, they just did it for political reasons. And that Martyrs Fund rewards families of terrorists who kill Israelis by giving the whole family like lifetime pensions. This is insane.
Good morning. Absolutely.
Oh, good morning. I'm sorry.
The Egyptian plan is just more of the same, and it doesn't make any sense. But the Trump plan makes a lot of sense. And I think, David, what we're seeing is a historic shift from a focus on Palestinian national rights to a focus on Palestinian human rights. I think that is what is happening under the president's leadership. For decades, the West, the Democrats, the Western media were only concerned about Palestinian national rights. They didn't care about them as humans. And we've seen what happened in Gaza over the last year and a half. There was a war in Gaza. Wherever there's a war, people want to flee. That's the case in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in northern Israel, in southern Israel. The only people that were not allowed to flee a war zone were the people of Gaza. And that is because they're needed for the state of Palestine. How can you have a state of Palestine without Palestinians? So for decades, we've seen basically a dehumanization of Palestinians by the Biden administration, by the Democrats, by the Western media, by the UN, by the EU, all for the sake of promoting the idea of Palestinian national right of a state of Palestine. I think what President Trump is doing is shifting away from this obsession with the Palestinian national rights and focusing on the Palestinians as individuals, on the Palestinian human rights as humans. And one of the most basic human rights is to be able to flee a war zone where there's a war, is the ability to leave, an ability to have a prosperous and peaceful life elsewhere, be it in Jordan, Qatar, or elsewhere. And I think that's exactly what the president is doing.
Gal, you're here in the United States on a book tour, getting a bit of a sabbatical from the craziness that's happening in and around your country. The reality once you return is that Israel will either be or will still be preparing for renewed fighting in Gaza with the objective, of course, of crushing Hamas. There's also increased tension in Judea and Samaria, which is commonly referred to here in the United States, at least as the West Bank. Similar to Gaza, though, terrorists there have been taking over Palestinian towns and using civilian centers as a launch pad to attack Israel and to build up their military capabilities. And now there are increased concerns that there could be another October 7th style attack initiated from the West Bank itself. So with all of that in mind, do Israelis and do you see any long-term solution here?
Yeah, Terrance, absolutely. And I think the long-term solution starts with President Trump. I mean, everything changed when President Trump took office. Because just as we just spoke, there is apparently a shift from a focus on Palestinian national rights to Palestinian human rights. There is also a shift from legacy frameworks that are based on zero-sum games, like Land for Peace or the two-state solution, to focus on frameworks that are win-win, that can benefit everybody in the region. And the president made that clear even yesterday in his address in Congress. I think the president is a deal maker. And when I did deal as an investment banker in New York, I knew that a good deal is a deal that that everybody's happy with it afterwards, that is sustainable. Because if you have a deal like the deals that were proposed for decades so far, it just makes people unhappy, that are not organic to what they really believe, that it's just basically a step towards the next round of violence and next round of war. And that's been basically the Middle East in the last 76 years or so. Where in the Quran does it say, from the river to the Green Line, Palestine will be free? It doesn't. It says in some EU memo, the UN memo in the State Department. So I think what the president is doing is moving away from those frameworks that makes no sense and are just perpetuating war into win-win frameworks like the Abraham Accords. And I just last week spoke to people from Bahrain, spoke to people from Dubai. I have friends from Morocco. They're not friends for Israel because they're doing us a favor or because of some land we gave them or something like that. They genuinely want to benefit from the crisp light that is emanating from Zion. They want to be partner with us. So it's peace for peace, and that is what the president is moving towards. And the Gaza relocation plan is just another step in that direction. So I'm very optimistic, and I think so is the people of Israel, and we are grateful to President Trump. I know every time I come here, I say that the people in Israel on the left and on the right alike are grateful for the president. We're grateful for many reasons, but also for ushering in peace.
Gal, I hear you that a good deal in this situation is one that will make everyone happy. But from the outside looking in, it seems to me that the only thing that would make Hamas and many people, many Palestinians happy is eradicating the state of Israel. And in order to find peace or some sort of lasting peace of mind, Israel has got to do away with Hamas altogether. It seems to me there's no middle ground here. There's no good deal to be made. But I'd love your perspective, please.
Absolutely. I should clarify. It's not going to make everybody happy. Hamas is not going to be happy. Europeans are not going to be happy. Chuck Schumer is not going to be happy because the old frameworks of two-state solution, the state of Palestine as its goal, is going to go away. There's been let's face it, the Palestinian cause has been hijacked by the West, by the Western media, by the Democrats, by the DEI, by the anarchists. What does the Palestinian flag mean today? It doesn't mean, it no longer means relates to a group of people in the Middle East. It relates to all kinds of causes like anti-capitalism, anti-Americanism, anarchism. So there's been a de facto de-Palestinization that has occurred in the West. And I think many Palestinians are sort of like jumping in on this sort of de-Palestinization idea because they say, we're people. We don't want to be under the rubble in Gaza. We want to have a better, prosperous life elsewhere. Why do we need to be under the Gaza to serve the interest of the Democrats or of the BBC or of the EU? And because they want the state of Palestine, the West, those Democrats and people on the left, want to promote Palestinianism as a counterforce to the Jewish state and by extension to America. So I think, yes, the Hamas is not going to be happy and many people on the left are not going to be happy, but the vast majority of people in the region are going to be happy once President Trump's plans are going to move forward.
Gold, tell us a little bit about your book. That's why you're here on a whirlwind tour. So tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, listen, I argue that the Jewish nation is under a dual assault, a physical assault happening in the Middle East by Iran and its proxies, an ideological assault coming from the West that is, at its center is an attempt to negate the idea of the Jewish state and through it to negate the idea of Judaism. And I show how that is also a national security threat to the United States because, on all aspects, as Secretary Rubio said in his confirmation hearing, the International Criminal Court, when they went out against Israel, it was just a practice run for going after American soldiers and American political leaders. I was very honored to speak here in Palm Beach at the Countering Antisemitism conference, which, unlike other conferences, doesn't just talk about antisemitism and celebrates the problem, but actually puts forth specific ideas. It was held in the Palm Beach Four Seasons, just steps away from the Winter White House, and a lot of people there have touch points with the Winter White House and with the president himself. So right before I went, I met with the president of Israel, President Isaac Herzog. He just came at that time from the UN, where it went to the podium of the UN General Assembly and warned the world that this is a wake-up call. The rise of anti-Semitism is a wake-up call to humanity. Humanity is at sleep, either looking the other way or partaking. One person is taking a lot of action to counter anti-Semitism, and that is President Trump, and we're all grateful for him.
Golcliff, thanks for being here. Congrats on the book. Always like to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, the risks of melanoma and why sunshine actually may not be the main cause. We're going to take a deeper dive into a new study. First, though, the latest from the Attorney General and the new FBI director on the Epstein files. Are Bondi and Patel making progress with Part 2? It's like Starsky and Hutch. Oh, sorry, I dated myself. Some new developments as we roll on here when American Sunrise continues.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Allison Hans. Thank you so much for joining us. Time now for today's health news, sponsored by the Wellness Company. Under the microscope today, melanoma. It's a form of skin cancer, but the big headline here is that it may not be caused just by sunlight. According to this report from the National Library of Medicine, it's not all sunshine with this cancer. Melanoma is a type of skin cancer. It begins in the melanocytes, which makes the pigment, it gives the pigment that skin color. Some non-sun related melanoma risk factors include genetic and epigenetic factors, which are often set early on in life and less likely to be influenced by sun exposure in adulthood. Another factor is vitamin D. Researchers say a deficiency of the vitamin is linked to melanoma risk factors. Why? Because vitamin D deficiency may have damaging effects, which may take many years to become apparent. It's clear that sunshine does cause an increase in skin cancer risk, but according to researchers, melanoma cases over the last 30 years have increased due to advanced screenings for it. Well, it is a new day in America and a new administration in Washington, D.C. There's lots of excitement and optimism about the future. But the reality is there's a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now, more than ever, you need to be prepared. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. From the flu to strep throat, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV today and order. That's twc.health/RAV and use the promo code RAV to save 10%. T. Bates, let's throw this one right over to you.
Can I throw it back, Allison? I'm worn out after that speech.
I know, the two of us. we're too old for this late night. No, but it was a good one.
Oh, it was a great speech, Allison. It was a great speech. I'm just struggling this morning. I mean, guys, if you missed it, what a night for President Donald Trump. Not even 100 days in, and the president had so many achievements to tell Congress about, from tariffs to Ukraine to securing our border, even gutting D.C. waste. President Trump really did hold true to his promise that last night was going to be a big night.
And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
So, Allison, we've got so much more that we're going to play here, but your initial thoughts, and we kind of mentioned it, it may be a little difficult to formulate those thoughts since we're both a little bit advanced in age. I'm probably a little bit more advanced than you, and the synapses aren't quite working as quickly. But your initial thoughts here.
Well, I'm just going to speak from the heart. I thought it was such a special night to celebrate America. I felt very proud of the country. I thought it was a beautiful speech, and I thought that the way that the guests were thread throughout the speech, so that there were very specific examples of things that are happening and legislation or EOs right now that he is passing and the effect that they're having on the United States. So I thought it was just a phenomenal speech, and the way that it was presented was so special. And people were high-fiving each other. They were laughing. They were, I mean, it was tearful at moments, but I thought it was so special, and it was something that this country really needed. And I know we've talked a little bit about the Democrats' response. It was really, it was just so childish. It's almost like I don't even want to discuss it, because I think it takes away from the beauty of the evening. It really was spectacular.
Yeah, and one of the things that was so spectacular was the president addressing the mandate the American people sent him to Washington with, specifically the border. As he says, all we really needed was a new president. Watch.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Allison, as you know, there's a saying, oh, what a difference a day makes. Well, in Washington, oh, what a difference a new president and a new administration make.
Absolutely. And what he said there was the truth. It was simple. The ability to stop people from coming over the border was there. It was there. Biden just didn't do anything about it. Mayorkas didn't do anything about it. And so, yes, maybe it was a man and his team coming into office to stop it. I mean, and you just saw the cheers there. People were pumped, and I just thought it was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
And when it comes to the border, President Trump obviously has put mechanisms in place and enforcement in place to stop the flow of illegals coming across the border. But I think maybe even more importantly is his position, his posture on securing the border has been a huge way to discourage people from even trying to come into this country illegally. I think that speaks volumes, Allison.
Absolutely. Also, Pete Hegseth taking DOGE right there. So thank you, Terrance. Well, coming up, a new quote, truckload of Jeffrey Epstein evidence was dropped off at the Department of Justice. What will this batch of documents tell Americans about the case against the alleged sex trafficker after the last batch of documents fell a little short in phase one? A report ahead. We'll have much more next on American Sunrise. And later, Elon Musk, DOGE is reportedly saving American taxpayers an incredible amount of cash after federal bureaucracy cost-cutting. Just how much? Find out when American Sunrise returns in just 2 minutes. Stay tuned. Time now to stay awake, not woke. Brought to us by the 1775 Coffee Company. Now, every morning, you've got a choice. Start your day with coffee that stands for American values, or keep giving your money to woke corporations that despise everything we believe in. 1775 coffee is roasted right here in Florida. Fresh, bold, and tested to be mold-free. So you're not drinking stale corporate sludge. And believe me when I say it's really good coffee. They're making coffee great again because let's face it, the corporate coffee giants sold us out a long time ago. Their coffee is stale, it's bitter, and mass-produced in factories that couldn't care less about quality. 1775 is different. Small batch roasted, taste tested by people who actually love this country and shipped directly to your door. Prefer K-Cups? They've got you covered. Bold, smooth, and ready to brew. Want a brain boost? Grab their Vitality Mushroom Blend. It's packed with lion's mane and cordyceps for a clean, focused boost without the additives. And if you want the real deal, dark roast hits harder than a Trump rally in the Rust Belt. Go to 1775coffee.com/RAV and use the code RAV for 10% off. Fuel up with freedom and start your morning right. Well, now that we're all caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. Okay, let's say Emily. For that, we turn to Real America's Voice correspondent, Emily Finn. Good morning, Emily. How you doing?
Oh, great, Allison. Good morning to you. The FBI is definitely awake and alert this morning after Attorney General Pam Bondi had to play a little hardball with the agency. Last week, the AG released phase 1 of the documents regarding the case against Jeffrey Epstein, only to learn that the FBI's New York field office was still in possession of a lot more files. Bondi gave the agency a Friday morning deadline to deliver them, and she warned the agency that FBI Director Kash Patel will be delivering a detailed report as to why these documents were withheld. I know everyone's excited to see that. According to the Attorney General, Epstein harmed, trafficked, and sexually exploited more than 250 young women and girls. He was known to hang out with some of the world's most recognizable movers and shakers. Epstein committed suicide in jail in August of 2019 before going to trial. Now, yesterday, Bondi revealed the FBI has now handed over more Epstein files, adding that a, quote, truckload of evidence was delivered. Allison, Terrance, a lot of people are waiting to see what is actually in these files, but I wonder, we all saw last Thursday at the White House this group of conservative influencers holding the binders of phase 1 of the Epstein files. It didn't really resonate, didn't really land well. They were trying to say, oh, we're so transparent, we're going to release this, but there was nothing new in the binders. We already had all this information. So do you think that this is a little bit of a cleanup from Bondi?
Terrance, go ahead.
Okay. So, yes, I do think it's a cleanup. I do believe that Pam Bondi came into all of this with the best of intentions, but there were some institutional issues in place that limited the flow of information, even her access. And then once she did finally get access to all this information, obviously she and Kash Patel have to sift through it. And I'm not so sure how much there's going to be. Friend of the show, Tim Burchett, is on record saying that he's not going to make too many judgments until he sees it for himself. That he's not necessarily confident, I'm paraphrasing, but that he's not confident that a lot is going to come out of this. And I'm going to second what he has to say until I see it for myself and until there's really something of substance that comes out of this. I'm not too excited, or I'm not anticipating much. That's just where I stand on it at this moment, given all of what has transpired over the last week and a half or so, Allison.
Well, I'm gonna push back a little bit, Terrance, because okay. I have full faith in Pam Bondi and Kash, and I believe that there is this is phase 1. We don't know what phase 2 is, and I don't know. My heart says that there is more to come, and it's going to be really damning. And we're talking evidence that's we're bringing up from SDNY, and that is hard evidence where we're talking videotapes and items like that, and it's not just lists. And I think we need to slowly understand this story in its entirety, and I think we will see a phase 2, and I was not really disturbed by the lack of information that we received in phase 1.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct, Allison. Phase 2 is definitely going to have a lot more information. As I mentioned, phase 1 didn't really have anything new that we didn't know from, court documents and everything that had come out before. Let's remember, Epstein allegedly killed himself back in 2019. So everyone has been waiting for this information. There's been speculation, people wanting to know who are in those flight logs, in the address books. What are those names? Who are those big name celebrities? Are they potentially politicians? I really hope that the administration takes transparency seriously with this. And Terrance, I have to agree with you. I think it would be better to just release this publicly to everyone as opposed to giving it to a select group.
I think it's going to come. Let's just be patient.
I truly hope I am wrong and both of you are right. Given the stonewalling that's happened over the past week and a half, I'm sorry, until I see it, I'm not going to get too excited. Until I see something of substance, I'm just not going to get too excited. Why get myself all worked up only to be disappointed?
I don't want you worked up.
I'm 51 years old. I've had that way too much in my lifetime.
I don't want you worked up, Terrance. Thank you, Terrance. Thank you, Emily. It's great to have you with us today. Coming up, DOGE is uncovering all sorts of mismanagement and government waste on a scale which is mind-boggling. So what does the Bible teach us about restitution for such things? We've got your answer ahead as American Sunrise continues.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Terrance Bates. As always, we appreciate you being here with us. It is now time for our moment of faith, which is brought to us by the Lee Greenwood and God Bless the America Bible. In focus today, addressing a critical issue: fraud, waste, and abuse within our government. The Department of Government Efficiency has uncovered disturbing levels of financial misconduct, corruption, and inefficiency in Washington. But this goes beyond simple mismanagement. It's theft, pure and simple. It's the theft of American taxpayers' money specifically. So, how does the Bible guide us on this particular matter? Joining us now to explain with some biblical insight into all of this is one of our favorite guests here on American Sunrise, Jim Mosley. Jim, of course, the author of The Duke of D.C., and his latest book is the appropriately titled Discovering Jesus' Disciples. Around here, though, we simply like to call him our Bible history guy. Jim, as always, good to see you, my friend.
Terrance, it's great to be with you this morning.
All right, so as I was thinking about this interview, I wanted to be extra prepared. When we talk about kind of the misuse or mismanagement, if you will, of government funds, the thing that comes to my mind, particularly biblically, is really more taxes from the Romans. But help me out. You've got the real perspective here. What does the Bible say to this?
Well, remember, when they steal from us, when they misuse funds, that's theft. And the Bible is abundantly clear on what to do about theft. There are many, many verses that say that a thief has to repay not just what he took, but multiple times the amount, anywhere from 1/5 to 7 times, back to the victim. This is a principle of restitution. It's not just a spiritual law. It's about justice in our society. It's about protecting the innocent. So if we think about today's situation, we've seen these public officials, they abuse their positions to divert funds, launder money, trade on insider knowledge that belongs to us, the American people, not to them. That's just not waste, it's theft. And when elected, and when they betray the public trust like that, they should pay, and restitution is a biblical mandate. You know, the Trump administration is great about nixing bad deals on the international stage, and it should apply the same vigilance here at home. Not only should the guilty be prosecuted and, if convicted, imprisoned, but they should pay back what they stole, plus 1/5 to 7 times into the U.S. Treasury. Biblical restitution isn't just about punishing the guilty. What do we get from that? It's about deterring future crooks and making victims whole. If politicians knew they'd have to pay back stolen funds, plus as much as 7 times more, I think we'd see a miraculous change in public morality, wouldn't we? Biblical laws are woven into our legal code, so let's use them. They're a powerful tool to make justice prevail in this America that we're trying to make great again.
Wow, restitution. I never would have thought of that, but it truly is something that I think many Americans would appreciate, getting repaid some of what was taken from them. Very good. See, you always give us something to think about. Now you're going to have me kind of contemplating this for the rest of the day. Jim, always good to talk to you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
Of course, always a pleasure. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the second hour of American Sunrise. Stick around.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
Coming up on the second hour of American Sunrise, President Trump delivered a resounding speech to a joint session of Congress last night. We have reaction and analysis throughout the hour. Plus, we are 9 days away from a potential government shutdown. Are we heading for another continuing resolution? And finally, the Senate is waiting a while to take up the House budget to get President Trump's top agenda items passed. When can we see results? We have that story and so much more as the second hour of American Sunrise starts right now.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
We have breaking news to share with you.
politics,
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
we've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrance.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Good morning. I'm Allison Hans in for Dr. Gina live from West Palm Beach. Let's bring in Terrance Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, Terrance.
Allison, good morning. If you allow me, let's just dive right into last night's speech from President Trump, because there really is a lot to digest from that speech. He, of course, talked about a number of different issues before that joint session of Congress last night. President Trump touching on several topics for his vision for the country, like border security, DOGE, Ukraine. In case you happen to miss it, folks, here's just part of that speech.
President's address to the nation to a joint session of Congress. We've got this covered for the next couple of hours.
The American dream is on its way back.
You can certainly feel the excitement in the Capitol.
President Trump is appealing to the American people.
If you like the last 6 weeks, you're going to like the next 4 years of my presidency. We have real American voices on the ground here at the America First warehouse. He's fighting for them. He's getting rid of illegals.
I really believe midterms start tonight with some of these victories that Donald Trump's going to lay out for us.
A 27-point swing. Americans think that the United States of America is actually on the right track.
Are the Democrats going to be able to sit there and just take that? Are they going to be able to bear with that? Or are we going to trigger some of these folks?
When they hear the reality of America, it doesn't sit well with them. Prepare for that.
President's motorcade is showing up.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
To my fellow citizens, America is back.
The chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House.
The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. The golden age of America has only just begun. God bless you, and God bless America.
For more, let's bring in RAV's chief White House correspondent, Brian Glenn. He is standing by at the White House. Brian, as you know, these sorts of speeches are typically evaluated based on style and substance. So when it comes to those two things, what is the reaction there at the White House? How is it being evaluated in terms of style and substance?
Well, the style was classic President Trump. It was campaign at some points, campaign nominee Donald J. Trump, and then at other times it was President Trump, but it had such a fire to it. It had a very, it had a tone that I love the point where he called out the House Democrats and said, well, some of these people in here, no matter what I do, they will not stand up, they will not smile, they will not applaud. So I love the fact that he called out the left for being so defiant for what one would just think about loving this country. Now, as far as substance goes, he recapped the last 6 weeks, talked about energy independence, ending foreign wars, closing the southern border, lowest level we've had probably ever. He recapped that, but he also made a promise that we will not back down. We will grow this economy. We'll grow this country. We'll make it wealthy again. We'll make it healthy again. And I think the message fell mostly on was received well by many Americans. I mean, 76% of Americans support what he's doing right now in terms of ending the war and closing the border. So, Terrance, it was classic President Trump last night on the House floor.
Brian, I'm glad you brought up how well President Trump's speech was received, because I get the feeling, and now that I've had a night to kind of sleep on it, that speech was a lot about setting the tone or setting a tone. How did you see it? And I'm also asking, kind of now that you were there and now you've had an opportunity to sleep on it, was this more about setting a tone for the country? Yes, the agenda and the policy items, those were going to be there, but I think the tone was huge.
Well, think about this for a second. The last time we saw President Trump in this type of capacity was on January 20th, inauguration. And it was a great speech, and it was a little different than what we normally would have on an inauguration speech. But tonight, to have Republicans together, have Democrats as well in that room, and to just set the fire, set the energy, the tone, I think my hope with this, Terrance, is that you've got Thune and you got Johnson. I want them to see the excitement that the American people have for that speech. I want them to be inspired to get their conference together, collectively together, get them to support this agenda. Mind you, all these executive orders can all be reversed if we don't put it into law. I'm hoping it fires up the base. Of course, I think it's fired up America. I'm just on social media, as you probably were this morning. People love it. Of course, the left is going to hate it. No matter what President Trump does, they're not going to like it. So at this point, how they feel is irrelevant. We have the majority. Let's do it. Let's stay strong and get this agenda done.
Brian Glenn reporting from the White House this morning. Always good to see you, Brian. Appreciate your perspective there. Another moment from the speech last night that really caught our eye was when Texas Congressman Al Green, the Democrat, was removed from the chamber.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Let's bring in Texas Congressman Brandon Gill. He's joining us this morning. Allison Hans also joining the conversation. Congressman, we appreciate you getting up with us this morning after a fairly late night there in Washington, D.C. You, of course, were present. I want your overall thoughts, but first, I have to ask, that's your fellow congressman from Texas who was removed there. Embarrassing? I guess I'll start there. Are you embarrassed for him?
I am. It was unbecoming of a congressman. It was undecorous. And I guess my question for Mr. Green is, what about President Trump's speech do you not like? Do you not like secure borders? Do you not like an economy that's getting back on track? Do you not like President Trump cutting flagrant waste, fraud, and abuse from our federal government? Do you not like tax cuts for working families? What is it that you don't like? You know, we watched a pattern last night of Democrats refusing to clap or to stand up for President Trump and his accomplishments. They even refused, I think disgustingly, to stand up for a young child who has been surviving brain cancer. These are people who are not serious about getting our country back on track. These are people who are putting politics above people. I think it was disgusting, and I can assure you that at some point today there will be a censure resolution for Mr. Green.
Also, it's an amazing night. Congressman, we're also now 9 days away from a potential government shutdown, and we're seeing reports the House has now moved to getting another continuing resolution passed for a 6-month extension. President Trump is reportedly supportive of this, and where do you stand on these negotiations?
Well, both President Trump, the executive branch, and House leadership have been supportive of a continuing resolution. And I think given where we are with DOGE at really just the initial stages of rooting through our budget and finding some of the most egregious and disgusting forms of waste, I think that a continuing resolution probably makes the most sense from here. We've got to give President Trump and the executive branch room to continue doing the work they've been doing. We've got to allow DOGE to continue finding this waste so that we can then restart the appropriations process and actually go through all of this stuff as Congress and cut it out of our budget. But we need more time to do that. DOGE needs more time. They've been asking us for that. And that's why I stand with the president. I think that this is the best play call here.
Congressman, with all due respect, blaming DOGE, saying, okay, well, we can't really act until we get more from DOGE, more information. It sounds like an excuse, given the fact that you guys have kicked, and when I say you guys, you and your colleagues have kicked the can down the road repeatedly. I mean, there's been continuing resolution after continuing resolution after continuing resolution, despite promises from House leadership that appropriation bills would be passed.
Well, what we're up against right now isn't a promise from House leadership. It's a game plan coming directly from President Trump and the executive. This is entirely different than what Congress has done in the past with multiple continuing resolutions. Right now, what we want to do is we would like to keep the government open so that President Trump can continue deporting illegal aliens, so that he can continue issuing executive orders that get our country back on track. And listen, right now, we don't have the time, unfortunately, and most of this setup happened before I got here, to be candid, but we don't have time to run through a regular appropriations process. We've got 2 weeks left. And what we want to do is get that time so that we can actually get a strong conservative budget. You heard President Trump last night talking about the need and the importance of a balanced budget. And I think that's what we plan on doing.
Well, Congressman and Terrance, I was going to add that Congressman is so new to D.C. So what were you thinking last night, taking this all in, really for the first time?
You know, it was surreal, and I think what we saw is for the past 4 years, the American people have been so beaten down by the Biden administration. We've seen open borders, our country turned inside and out, flooded with illegal aliens who are murdering and torturing and pillaging American citizens. We've seen our energy policy go completely off the trail, a foreign policy that hasn't really made a whole lot of sense, and we've seen the left shove this weird, woke, weaponized nonsense down the throats of the American people. And what you saw from President Trump last night was hope that we have a president finally who stands up for the American people, who wants to help your average working class American. That's something we haven't had for 4 years. A president who actually believes in American ideas like freedom and liberty and progress and actually moving our country forward. It was inspiring. I can tell you, being on the House floor with the rest of the House Republican conference, I think my colleagues and I were ready to run through a brick wall by the time President Trump was done with that address.
That's awesome. Well, Congressman Gill, thank you so much for being here today. We're excited to have you here today, and certainly excited to have you in D.C. A real breath of fresh air. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You've got an open invitation to join us here.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Coming up, we have more reaction and analysis on President Trump's speech last night. You don't want to miss it. But first, we have new estimates on how much money DOGE saved the American taxpayers at the Defense Department. How much money did they actually find? We'll have those details next. American Sunrise returns right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Great to have you with us this morning. All right, time now to drain the swamp. This morning, DOGE is flushing out. We're actually going to flush out waste that DOGE is finding at the Defense Department. I'll figure it out eventually. The Pentagon says DOGE has saved $80 million at the DOD in wasteful spending. Some of the notable cuts, nearly $2 million in DEI training in the Air Force, more than $3 million for supporting DEI groups, and nearly $2 million for a study on the detriments of climate hazards. The Defense Department says they are just beginning the wasteful purge, so there is a lot more to come. Let's talk about it with Allison and Terrance. And Terrance, this has been going on for a while now. I thought when Trump's speech last night, here was a highlight to me: $8 million to make mice transgender. I had no idea you could make a mouse transgender. I am basically disturbed by that concept. Terrance?
Yeah, and David, I don't know if you were listening, but just a little while ago, we had a congressman from Texas on, and he was basically saying that one of the things he and his colleagues now are doing there in the House when it comes to the budget is really waiting for all of the findings from DOGE so that they can be a bit more efficient, I guess, and effective in crafting a budget. I'd love to get your thoughts on that, because I'm still working that through my head and trying to come to grips with that. It sounded, and respectfully, but it sounded almost like an excuse. But I guess it's reasonable. If it is an excuse, it's reasonable. So I'd love to get your reaction to that here momentarily, David. But Allison, I'm sorry, I yield to you first.
Oh, well, what kind of struck me was that they found $80 million and they saved that, and they're saving money, yet at the same time, recruitment is going through the roof. So, what does that say about how we're spending our money and what we really needed as a country in terms of the Defense Department? I think that Pete Hegseth is tremendous up there and really rallying not only the troops, but rallying the spirit of America. And at the same time, they can save money on all this ridiculousness that you're, referring to. I think it was mice. So hey, if you're making cuts, it doesn't mean that it's going to hurt the military. There are real chances that we can really make gains, huge gains, if we spend smartly and take our heads out of the sand.
Well, my White House sources, Terrance, are telling me, as you mentioned, regarding getting some of this codified into law, my White House sources are telling me that most of this will actually be codified into law in the budget reconciliation process. Now, what does that mean, most of this? I mean, at this point, we're talking about a lot of the executive orders and specifically the DOGE cuts because there'll be new spending levels. And so that's kind of the idea here is like Trump to roll it out, get Musk going, and then get it all codified into law. That's where we wait to see in June, I would say May or June, where we'll have a better idea as to what's getting codified and what's not. I think the bigger issue here, and the one that could be a constitutional issue going forward, is what if the White House impounds the funds? So basically, this goes back to Richard Nixon in the 1974 Impound Act, but the Budget Control Act, excuse me. So what happens if the White House says, well, let me start like this. Congress appropriates the money, but what if the White House says, yeah, okay, thanks, but we're not going to spend it. We're not going to spend it. We're not doing that. Well, then what? So that's a constitutional issue as it relates to impounding funds. Nixon had a tete-a-tete with Congress at the time about this, and that's why they actually came up with that act in 1974, which, by the way, led to the budget reconciliation process we have today. So all that to say, who the heck knows what's going on? I have no clue. How's that? I have no idea.
Seriously, this is an interesting fiscal time because for the first time in as long as I can remember, and probably ever, we've got an administration that is quite literally taking a close look at the expenditures and making sure that the money is being spent in a fair way and not wasted. Yes. And that just hasn't happened before. So we're this is rare earth. We've never been here before.
It's 100%.
It's good.
Well, yeah, no, I guess we got to go to break, but before we go to break, we got to go from trimming the fat to beef liver. Thank you very much. That's my transition of the day.
Nicely played.
Thank you. No, I know. As professional anchors, I knew you'd appreciate that. All right, head over to sacredhumanhealth.com and discover the incredible benefits of their grass-fed beef liver capsules. They're trimming the fat there for sure. Grass-fed beef liver is one of the greatest concentrations of nutrients you can add to your diet. It plays a vital role in supporting your heart, brain, and immune system while boosting energy and improving overall health. Sacred Human's beef liver capsules offer a natural alternative to synthetic multivitamins, providing nutrients in a form your body knows how to use efficiently. Many customers are thrilled with the noticeable boost in energy, vitality they've experienced already. Visit sacredhumanhealth.com today and use code SUNRISE for 10% off. Explore their full range of all natural supplements such as sleep, collagen, immunity, and magnesium with vitamin D, which are all designed to help you on your path to optimal health. All right, that's sacredhumanhealth.com. Promo code SUNRISE for 10% off. Coming up on American Sunrise, a third term for President Trump? Well, one congressman wants to make that happen. We will discuss. First, though, countries are retaliating against America after President Trump imposed new tariffs. What does it all mean for our wallets? We're going to assess that next on American Sunrise.
Wow, I am super impressed in New Orleans, how quickly they were able to clean up the French Quarter. Yesterday was Mardi Gras. There were beads and all kinds of other craziness on the ground. And look, it's clean. The streets are clean this morning on this day after Mardi Gras. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting you ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's going to ring here in just a few minutes. I can tell you right now, pre-market trading looking good. The Dow, S&P 500, NASDAQ, gold, silver, all in the green. Crude oil is the only blemish on our screen. We'll, of course, keep you updated here and take you to New York for the opening bell in just a few minutes. Now, let's get you over to David Brody, though.
Okay, T. Bates, appreciate it. So as we've been covering throughout the show, President Trump gave his first address to a joint session of Congress since retaking office. Here's another one of the highlights. Take a look.
This is my fifth such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what.
I mean, he's absolutely right. He could cure cancer, and they'd sit on their hands. For more, let's bring in the head pollster for Rasmussen Reports, Mark Mitchell. Mark, always good to see you. And by the way, they not only sat on their hands when it came to common sense policy issues, Mark, they literally wouldn't even stand and applaud a 13-year-old fighting brain cancer or stand for Laken Riley's family. I mean, talk about just immoral zombies. Horrible.
They're in real problems. Like you're going to see a lot more headlines about the coming Democrat civil war, because I think this party is going to rip itself apart. At some point, they have to moderate, and they just are stuck in this scenario where they can't. And Trump knows it. I think the plan was going into that speech, well, they're going to protest, so I'm just going to pack it full of stuff that makes them look horrible. And here's the danger now. The national conversation is Twitter. And I can prove that with numbers. Younger people are more plugged into the internet. They're getting their news from social media. And what's crazy, the biggest political trend that I think of decades is that when you look at age groups now, 18 to 39-year-olds are most approving of Donald Trump. They have a 60% approval rating right now. With everybody else, it's in the mid-40s. That's incredible. A complete reversal, and it's only happened in about the last month. So basically what's happening is that the young people in America are not very optimistic about their future. They've been squeezed on price. They can't buy a house. Society's falling apart around them. Only 35% of 18 to 39-year-olds think today's children will be better off than their parents. And all of a sudden, somebody comes in and gives them hope. And that's it. I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to use your army of weaponized boomers from watching MSNBC to take on Donald Trump and Elon Musk. It's not happening. And so they're just going to keep going south.
Mark, we have less than a minute left. We're seeing polls coming out from last night. I'm curious what you're seeing on the polling. Maybe is there some sort of Insta polling? But the CBS YouGov poll that we see at least shows 76% approval for Trump's speech last night. And that's from CBS YouGov. What are you showing? I've got now about 30 seconds.
We don't do snap polling, but CBS polls like us once they got sued by the Trump administration. So I think those numbers are pretty, accurate. But it fits with everything else. 7 out of 10 Americans generally support all of these things and are happy with where Trump's bringing it. So approval be damned. It doesn't matter. His platform's very popular.
Mark, word on the street is that you went to bed at 2:30 in the morning last night, so please get some sleep. Please take a vitamin.
Celebrating the death of 538.
Thank you, Mark. Got to get that in. Heading back to T. Bates in Denver for the opening bell of the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
York Stock Exchange. You'll hear the applause here momentarily, and then the bell will ring shortly thereafter. As promised, there's the applause. You can see women in leadership are there at the podium.
Pre-market trading looking pretty good. All three indices are in the green. Hopefully it stays that way throughout the day. And if you're one of those people who's going to be investing in the various stock markets, hopefully it will be a profitable day for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you hear the opening bell there. The markets are officially open. And just like that, all of the indices still looking good. The Dow, S&P 500, tech-heavy NASDAQ, all in the green. Gold and silver are also up. Crude oil is still down at this moment. We'll, of course, keep you updated throughout the day. In the meantime, you don't go out and buy a life jacket when the boat is already sinking, and you don't buy gold when the economy has already collapsed. Clearly, others are heeding this advice as gold hit all-time highs for the first part of 2025. It's not too late for you either, though. The company so many Americans trust to help diversify their investments into physical gold is the Birch Gold Group. It's also the company that so many people are buying gold from. Birch Gold specializes in helping convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold for no money out of pocket. All you have to do is listen to this 5-star review. It says, knowledgeable, helpful, non-pressure. That's what you get with the Birch Gold Group, and that is why so many people endorse them and have been for so long. Get your free information kit on gold by texting the word America to the number 989898. There's no obligation here, just useful information. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, text the word America to the number 989898 and let the experts at the Birch Gold Group help you secure your future today with gold. Still to come here on American Sunrise, is President Trump's youngest son, Barron, the future of the conservative movement? One organization has an answer to that question. First, though, President Trump surged with young voters this past election. With more and more turning to the Republican Party, we're going to take a look next at exactly what that means for the future of the GOP. Stick around. More American Sunrise coming your way.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's spill some tea, sponsored by Artillery Tea Company, artillerytea.com. Use promo code America's Tea for 25% off your first order. Artillery Tea is all natural, whole leaf. The tea bags are chemical free, and each tea bag can be used twice. Artillery Tea Company is family and veteran owned and operated, and a portion of your purchase goes to help veteran and first responder charities. Artillerytea.com, promo code America's Tea for 25% 25% off your first order. Well, in the cup today, President Trump protects women. During his speech before a joint session of Congress, Trump highlighted his executive order keeping biological men out of women's sports. He even brought victims of this to this speech, including Peyton McNabb. Watch.
An executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
And Peyton McNabb joins us now. Peyton, good morning. Tell us about your story about what happened.
Last night was incredible. It was such an honor to be there. It's such a historic event. And for President Trump to highlight my story and highlight what happened to me was it was so touching. And it really shows that he really does care for women and he is willing to stand up for women and what they deserve.
Tell us a little bit about how this all came to be tell us a little bit about your backstory and then how the White House or President Trump reached out to you about last night. But first, tell us a little bit about your story so people understand what happened.
Yeah, so my senior year of high school, September of 2022, I was severely injured in a high school volleyball game by a transgender athlete on the opposite side of the net. He hit me so severely it knocked me unconscious, and I've suffered lifelong effects ever since then. The doctors don't know if I'll ever be back 100% or the same as I was before, which is completely frustrating because this was 100% avoidable. I started working with Independent Women's Forum shortly after, and now I advocate for the protection of women and girls in sports and spaces. We travel all across the country and speak up for women, and I think it really has helped a lot, especially in Donald Trump helping us so much. We were here for the executive order earlier in February, and we got to experience history being made and promises that were made were kept, and it was just incredible to be there for that. So last night was it was something that I'll never forget.
Talk about some of the private conversations you may have had with President Trump on these issues. Obviously, you've had an opportunity to rally and to advocate for young women like yourself. What is your sense in terms of not only the policies that President Trump has put in place to kind of help your movement, but more importantly, his heart when it comes to this movement?
President Trump has made it very clear that he believes in this issue. He believes how important it really is, and he sees it for what it is. That is incredibly important because the last administration ignored us. We begged and pleaded, and we've been fighting this for years. So to finally have a president and an administration that is so willing to stand for women is just incredible, and I couldn't be more thankful for him.
Peyton, I would love to know, you see those pictures there and you're sitting next to Usha Vance. That was just amazing, and steps down from the First Lady. What was that like last night?
Well, first of all, being one of the First Lady's guests was so amazing. It was such an honor to even be there with her. She was so kind and genuinely just such a good person, and then getting to sit beside the Second Lady, I was not expecting that at all, but she was just as great, and I loved sitting next to her and getting to speak with her. She's just an all-around amazing woman, and she's proud of J.D. Vance, and she's proud of how this country's looking so far.
Peyton, I'm curious about the fight ahead, because right now the tide is turning. President Trump's in the White House. Things are kind of going in a positive direction. But the liberals are never going to give up. They want to disrupt the family unit, the family structure. This is cultural Marxism at its finest. So what's the battle plan ahead, and what do you need to do to convince others and even some folks in your own sport and other women to understand what's at stake here?
Yeah, so this issue, I mean, 80% of the country agrees on it, but the Democrats do continue to show their true colors. I mean, they really showed their hand last night. I think they were disrespectful all around. But they all were wearing, I thought it was cute that they were all wearing pink suits and posing as these champions for women when zero Democrats voted for the protection of women and girls just the day before. And when I was announced, not one of them stood up and clapped. And that wasn't the worst thing they did. They really showed how they are all night. But this is a hill that they're willing to die on. I don't know why. No one really knows why. It's an agenda that they're pushing so harshly, and they have been, and they just can't let it go. I don't really know why, but we're going to continue to fight. We're not stopping, and we're going to keep going until no other woman or girl has to ever experience anything like I did.
Well, Peyton, even though the left didn't stand up and clap for you, we are here to applaud all the work that you are doing and will continue to do. Thanks so much for being here with us. We're going to let you go because I see it's getting windy and rainy out there, and I wouldn't want to be a bad host and keep you in those sorts of conditions. So again, thanks so much for joining us here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, always a pleasure. All right, what a great interview, and what an opportunity and experience for her. It goes to show that sometimes out of tragedy, good things can come, and kudos to Peyton for taking up the mantle and making something positive out of such a situation that was so negative, guys.
Absolutely, and that entire group, and you saw Riley Gaines, who was right down the row last night, and I remember meeting Riley more than 2 years ago at a Turning Point event. And it was really when she first came out and started discussing the issue. And I think it was a young women's Turning Point event. And I think she was so shocked that there were people who were willing to really love her and support her in her efforts. And she is now bringing all of these other women along, like Peyton right there. You see her, so beautiful, and really taking a stand, because people were afraid to speak out. And the more people come together and support each other, this issue is going to move. It's already moving, as we can see.
Yeah, and I'm thinking back to, let's say, her freshman year of playing high school volleyball before all of this happened, and she's just a kid going to school, playing volleyball, and that's all she is, which is great. That's perfect. It's America. And now here she is at the State of the Union. That's not the State of the Union, but you know what we're saying. And it's just amazing what God does and brings people into the spotlight, even if they don't want the spotlight, which is really the best kind. I would also say simply that we see people like Peyton McNabb, who's now, in essence, kind of a spokesperson for this wonderful movement afoot. Riley Gaines, Terrance, you mentioned Riley Gaines. It makes me think of the church. And what I mean by that is that we have pastors who are leading. We have folks like Riley Gaines and Peyton McNabb who are leading. But what we really need are the foot soldiers. What we really need are the people in the pews, or in this case, the people, the women that are participating and the men that are participating in sports to basically say no mas. So I think it's really important that we not just have the leaders, but we literally have we the people, the foot soldiers behind them. And I know you're chuckling because I did the Roberto Duran no mas. Thank you very much. I know. I know you so well now.
You know me way too well. That's exactly. My mind immediately went to is he talking about Roberto Duran on the stool against Sugar Ray Leonard? I think no mas, really. Okay, exactly. You know me way too well. Yeah, sports are a big part of my life.
Okay, gentlemen, coming up, President Trump made one child's dreams come true during his speech to Congress last night. We have that incredible moment straight ahead on American Sunrise. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Allison Hans in for Dr. Gina. Thanks for joining us this morning. We invite you to join the conversation on Getter and, of course, Rumble. Time now to take the political pulse of America. The beat today. President Trump is calling to pull any federal funding from colleges and universities who allow unlawful protest. Trump posted on Truth Social, all federal funding will stop for any college, school, or university that allows illegal protest. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on those crimes, arrested. No masks. Thank you for your attention to this matter. This comes after some federal agencies announced they are reviewing contracts and grants with Columbia University to decide whether they get the money or not due to claims of anti-Semitism on campus. For more, let's bring in the president of the College Republicans of America, William Branson Donahue. Good morning, William.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, our pleasure. What do you make of this decision?
Look, South Dakota v. Dole upheld Congress's power to attach conditions to federal funding. That framework applies to universities as well. Institutions receiving federal money must comply with Title VI, Title IX, and the ADA. But enforcement falls under executive authority. Article 2, Section 1 vests executive power in the president. Funding is not an entitlement, and the executive branch administers federal spending. Under Article 2, Section 3, the president must ensure laws are faithfully executed. If Columbia violates federal civil rights law, Trump can direct the Department of Education or the DOJ to revoke funds. No new congressional approval is needed for that. If a university breaks the law, the president has the power and the duty to pull the plug on their funding.
I think one of the key words in the president's post is illegal. He talked about illegal protests. The mainstream media is going to probably make a big deal of this and saying, oh, President Trump is curtailing protests. He's taking away First Amendment rights. No, he said illegal protests, which I think is critical.
It is. Yeah, you have the right to peacefully protest. That doesn't mean that you can cause violence on campus and hurt people and cause disruptions. You know, we have laws for this. We give permits for protesting. It's important that we have the right to peacefully assemble. But that doesn't mean that you can break laws and make people's lives miserable while you're at it. And I think President Trump is right. These people hate our country, and they should be removed if necessary.
William, what's going on across the country with younger voters, college-educated voters, and President Trump? Because he did much better in this subset. He did better in pretty much every subset, but especially these younger voters. What part of Trump's message is resonating? Where's the connection point specifically?
The truth of the matter is that Gen Z is the first generation that won't achieve the American dream. We were raised believing hard work would lead to success. But under Bidenomics, homeownership is impossible. Wages are not keeping up with the rate of inflation. And my generation is drowning in debt. The system is broken, and young people know it. We're not stupid. On immigration, we see millions pouring in illegally, taking resources while Americans are struggling to afford basic necessities. The left tells us to accept it while prioritizing non-citizens over hardworking Americans. Trump's strong border and America First policies actually protect our future. And his agenda, bringing back jobs, making life affordable again, and restoring national strength. The left offers nothing but economic decline and cultural collapse. Gen Z is done being lied to. We want a real opportunity, real security, and a country that works. President Trump delivers that.
Also, William, your group has invited President Trump's youngest son, Barron, to work with you. You wrote a letter after the president of the NYU chapter resigned and said Barron Trump was the future of the conservative movement. Can you elaborate on this? And have you started working or had any conversations with Barron?
We have not heard from him or the Trump family yet, but should he express interest, we would enthusiastically welcome him into our leadership ranks. The future of our movement belongs to the next generation of unapologetic conservatives. And growing up, Barron had to watch firsthand how the media and the establishment attack his family for putting the American people first. And that resonates with young conservatives. The left fears young conservatives because we are not backing down. We want real leadership, real security, and a country that works again. Barron represents that.
Well, William Donahue, certainly a new day for college Republicans out there. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Coming up,
Thanks.
President Trump made one child's dreams come true during his speech to Congress last night. We have that magnificent moment next on American Sunrise. Welcome back to American Sunrise. It's time now for the sunny side up. And joining me, the good news of the day is Terrance Bates in Denver and David Brody's in D.C. And we are absolutely thrilled to have our RAV national correspondent, Emily Finn, right here in the West Palm Beach studios. So what's in the pan today? Well, I know this for me. One of the most touching moments from President Trump's speech last night was when 13-year-old DJ Daniel, he'd always dreamed of becoming a police officer. There he is. Oh, precious. But he was diagnosed with brain cancer and was given 5 months to live. That was more than 6 years ago, if you can believe it. And Trump gave him one moment he will never forget by making Daniel a Secret Service agent. Let's watch.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer. Actually, a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
My goodness, I'm getting teared up all over again just watching that. The moment that he holds up, his honorary badge and he hugs the director of the Secret Service, he looked so incredibly happy. He shared some of his reaction to that moment. He said he will never forget it. Take a listen.
What you want to know the craziest part?
because my mom bathes me and my brothers all together. And out of nowhere, I locked up, and then my dad was calling my name, and I started going to the slow thing, and he said, "Stop playing with me." And I started to act, I ain't gonna lie, I started to act slow, and then as soon as he said that, we was speeding all the way, running lights, going to the hospital. And then next thing you know, I was seizing on the table. They said, "Nah, we gonna have to go in his brain tonight." Ever since then, I had 13 brain surgeries, and that's how many times my personality has changed. And that's something that you don't hear from a terminally ill child. They had 5 months to live. I'm gonna keep on going until my gas tanks run out. And that's when God calls you home. You never know when God's gonna call you home. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my dad. And I know he's pretty proud of me, and I'm pretty proud of him too. And I'd like to thank President Trump, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here today.
Oh, it was such a beautiful moment. And when the Secret Service agent, that's the Secret Service agent, who's always around, he was there in Butler that day. Yes. And for him to hug him, it was absolutely adorable. And then later on, when the young man heard he was going to go into West Point, DJ goes over and gives him a high five.
It was just incredible to see. The Republicans had so much pride and so much joy for these everyday Americans being honored. And Ellison, I will say it was so disappointing to see the Democrats not stand at all for any of these people, not even DJ. Listening to his statement there, listening to what he had to say, thanking God, thanking his dad, thanking President Trump, saying he wouldn't be here today without them. He is an absolute inspiration, and I am so happy that he got that honor last night.
Absolutely, and that was his dad next to him who lifted him up. That was
multiple times. I think they cheered more and more the more they were lifting him up.
It was great. It was great. It was such an amazing moment. That really, I think, was my favorite moment. And when he gave the high five to the West Point guy, there were just so many beautiful moments throughout the night, really focusing on those regular, everyday Americans who are doing spectacular things. And I think it certainly inspired me. I hope it inspired you and certainly our audience out there. What a great night. And we had a great show today. David, what did you think? I think was my favorite.
I don't know if you guys are trying to talk to me, but I don't really hear anything, but that's okay. All I have to say is I'm sure whatever you guys said, I totally agree with. Emily, great to see you. And other than that, I think it might be time to say goodbye.
You got it. DJ. Thanks so much. We had so much fun today. We want to see you every morning. All the fun starts at 8 a.m. and we will see you then. War Room is up next. Go boldly now.